Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the Big Think Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games. This layer will be your tomb.
Really?
Dr. Aggro.
More like Rogue Dislike.
And Chris Wolfhard.
Remake of a game that came out 3 days ago.
Here on GigaBoots. Whew. I'm glad we're getting that remake of Animal Well I've been meaning to play.
Yes. It's just, look, it's so old now. God.
Jim
We need to
Ryan
upgrade
told...
those filters.
Yeah, Jim Ryan was telling me, like, no, he was like, you don't want to play that. It looks terrible. It's 3 days old. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Big Think Dimension, where hopefully nothing broke. Nothing broke! Whoa! Hey, congratulations, everyone. So then Dan comes to Bob and he says, Bob, we have to talk about Yooka-Laylee Remastered. We have to tell every story we can remember from playing Yooka-Laylee all those years ago. And then we just stared blankly into the horizon for an hour.
What the fuck is that project?
That's sure what like every single one of those. We're a spiritual successor to blank. Feels like, except for maybe Bloodstained.
I feel like Yooka-Laylee, on one end of the spectrum, there's Bloodstain. And on the other end, there's Mighty Number 9 and countless others.
Uh-huh.
And I would like to say Yooka-Laylee somewhere closer to Bloodstain than all of that. Because it's not... Nothing it did was wrong.
Right.
Yeah, in fact, it was very close to Banjo-Tooie. Just the people who wanted... Nobody actually wanted Banjo-Tooie. They didn't remember Banjo-Tooie. They thought they wanted Banjo-Tooie. They were tricked by a YouTube man whose parents bought them video production equipment way before the average person, so their tastes colored the bubble of internet influence.
Yeah, and then when we got to the game to be like, I bet YouTuber man's right here, he was gone. It was like a creepypasta.
YouTube man, why is it so bad? And they turn, there's just like a dust devil in an empty lot. It's like the guy who sells you the fucking monkey's paw.
The weird thing is, like, the quality of Yooka-Laylee is immaterial to this strange narrative, because they made the game and everybody was like, I didn't quite care for that. And then they made a sort of different game as a sequel, and everybody's like, that was much better. Yes, thank you very much. They're like, you know what we need to do now is re-release that first game nobody liked.
They'll learn this time.
Surely the whatever thing they started after they shipped the Impossible Lair 5 years ago, surely that didn't just fall into some hideous pit of development hell. Surely nothing happened like, we're making a new Yooka-Laylee, we're making a proper Yooka-Laylee sequel. Our scope was way too big. That definitely didn't happen. They definitely didn't ship both those other games with a development time of around 2.5 years each.
Sorry, I just see a chat. YouTube man, give us opinions on crime rates. I'm sure it's fine.
Oh my God. I desperately hope it is the kind of situation Chris is outlining and not, as Dan alluded to, some insane person going, now they will see that I was right all along.
The real problem they had was the visuals weren't good enough.
It actually seems to be the
feel.
opposite. It actually seems to be the opposite, because every single thing in the list is almost like we watched a YouTube video that hated us and are changing every single thing that they mentioned in the game. It's like, you have a map now. We're redoing a bunch of challenges. We're changing where the collectibles are. There will no longer be one note behind a pillar at the where on the other side of the pillar is a death field.
Which you got to keep in mind, we're not 100%ing these games on a death stream, but we went to 100% one level in Yooka-Laylee because I thought that would be informative to know. And it's like the first level in the game, and it's still exactly what Chris just mentioned, where one note is on the farthest end of the map behind a pillar on an area where you could barely walk.
Again,
and I was like, what the fuck?
Perfect emulation of Banjo-Tooie.
Right.
Perfect. I don't know what people are upset about.
Yeah, also, as someone's mentioning in chat, the console versions of Yooka-Laylee ran at 30.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, I'm genuinely interested in that remake because if it was just graphics, I wouldn't care. But it sounds like they want to retool how it feels, which is good because while I don't think it feels notably worse than Banjo-Kazooie, I will say it does feel a bit worse than Banjo-Kazooie and could feel vastly better.
Right. Yeah, there's no reason a game from that era should feel like Banjo-Kazooie.
Unless that was, in fact, peak. And you'll never get better than that. Anyway, we have a lot to talk about today. You know, I feel like I'm going to delay my segment of things people on Twitter have been looking forward to this big thing for, and just go to let's talk about Lair.
Sure.
Hey, Bob, we beat Lair.
We sure did.
On Sunday, the PS3 Dragon game that no one remembered. Aggro, can you believe no one remembered Lair but us? It was just us.
I mean, yeah, every now and then I'm like, oh yeah, Lair. Wait, no, Aggro. That was a Sony fanboy cryptid thing from back in the day.
It was such a dark spot, though. You'd think it would have left a mark better. Just because it's so bad. It's like the pinnacle of bad motion controls in overhyped first-party game before the Kinect existed.
But here's the problem. What I'm starting to discover more and more is that not every human on the face of the planet sees a weird poison held up by one of the big three. And then goes, that looks like dog shit, but I'm going to drink it because you're the one handing it to me.
Yeah, I'm not. I think most, like, there wasn't a lot of PS3s sold in 2007.
No.
Despite that dipshit's insistence that he would pay, what was it? I will pay $1,500 if you can find me a picture of a PS3 sitting on a store shelf.
See, this was amazing because I had not heard of this until we started podcasting with Chris and he brought this up.
Oh, really?
Oh,
no,
you
I
didn't remember that
story,
one?
but yeah.
I apparently forgot it.
I remember because Penny Arcade did a whole comic where they just went to every store in driving distance and like, we found like 40. We're getting a house. I do not believe they received any money because
Seemingly not.
Nowadays, I feel like everybody would send that dude death threats until he gave them something.
Yep. Lair is a flying shooter made by Factor 5. Sounds promising already, doesn't it? Those are the people who made the Rogue Squadron games. And also Turrican. So you expect some really good music and some really good flying shooter stuff. But you fly a dragon and the game runs at like 10 frames per second. And you fly the dragon via motion controls. Yeah. Not like responsive motion controls. We're talking dual sense, 6-axis tilting, and then to do a 180, there are so many buttons they could have used, but you have to specifically snap the controller up and back down fast enough for it to realize, oh, that was the 180 motion. Okay, well, I've queued that to happen sometime soon.
Let me tell you about how many PS3 games tried to do that, move the controller up real fast to do something, and how many of them ever worked.
Is one of those numbers 0?
One of those numbers is 0.
Is the other number maximally infinite? Because it felt like it. They're like, in Uncharted, you're going to want to use the motion control to throw the grenade. And I'm like, no, I am not. No human ever will want to control the arc with the motion control. And that was the most functional of them all. My God.
Yeah.
Fucking terrible. Anyways, so yeah, Lair is it sure has a story.
It probably shouldn't, though.
It's so bad. You can tell they were really reliant on Star Wars already having a setting and characters and a struggle and all world building and all this other shit.
Yeah, it sure is insane. First of all, visually, the game, the only thing I could think was, this entire game takes place in the opening unfinished area of Dragon Age 2. Where the intro to that game takes place that is just like a road with a skybox.
The visual is so weird because nothing matches. Like, The mountains don't look like they fit in with the buildings, which don't look like they fit in with the skybox.
Okay, so let's go over just that. We need to so the mountains look like a GPU tech demo.
Yes.
And the buildings look like a different GPU tech demo or perhaps an artist showcase. The dragons look like none of this. And that doesn't matter because you can't fucking see them because they don't light the dragons.
Yeah, they don't light anything.
So imagine a whole film made incorrectly where they backlit every main character and that's how Lair looks. Every fucking step of the way, I'm like, that silhouette could be a good dragon. I don't know. I don't fucking know. And if I said I knew, you know I'd be lying. You can occasionally catch glimpses of how the dragons look, and it's like, oh, that's kind of a neat design. And then they only introduce like 2 or 3 more types of dragons. And you're like, they're all a little too samey, bro. You gotta like,
Yeah, the only one that really looks distinct is the brute dragon.
yeah,
Because they're real big.
or the bulldog dragon, I believe, is
That's
that the
what
one?
it's called.
Yeah, because they're like, oh, I'm so bloated. I ate 700 cabbages. You're like, scary, because that's the one that you're supposed to be afraid of. They're really mean. In order to duel these dragons, if they're a meaner dragon, you get into, and I cannot stress, this is as bad as it sounds, a one-on-one duel via QTEs to choose the combos you do. It's like the world's worst interpretation of Punch-Out.
And it does this while trying to fly you around automatically, and it's always hilarious.
So you can imagine the dragon's like, "Grah," and you're going to fight, but like you just met up in midair, so your dragon will go, ah! And then you'll like lock. Both you and the enemy dragon will stop animating. And the background's moving and you're floating through air and it's waiting and it's waiting. And then the battle starts. And the whole time it has the buttons or whatever up there to let you know, like, hey, just hit the buttons. And I'm like, I am. And nothing's happening because I'm frozen in time. And then eventually it will unfreeze you and you can bash the buttons to do your sick combos. By the way, the only thing we were unlocking throughout the whole game, 1 extra dragon type, health bar upgrades, and combos for just dueling dragons. Most dragons are not strong enough to be dueled. So we spent most of the game going, fuck.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing going on here. We got no sauce. Completely dry nugget. Lair is a hell of a video game. It was a key part of unraveling the mystery of, if Sony is so good at making console, why does PS3 suck so much shit? It's an important.
Yeah, there's not really a point where the PS3 ever like crossed the bar over into not sucking shit.
Yeah, because
Right.
like though they can improve the catalog of games, at no point was like, and Ken Kutaragi was right. We're all glad he designed the PS3 like this.
Mm-hmm.
But Lair was still in that period of, oh man, any minute now, they're all gonna figure out how to program for this thing, and it's gonna be great.
Man, I don't know what it is. The 360 doesn't make me feel this way. The only other console that makes me feel this way is the Wii U, where just I associate the PS3 and the Wii U with just something being greasy, like it being covered in grease. Where like you touch it and you're like,
Yeah. Going back and using the consoles, I actually like using the PS3 more than the 360. Like, because they did that terrible update to the 360.
Yeah, that did ruin it, whereas they only ruined the PlayStation Store on the PS3.
Right. Whereas the actual OS itself is very functional, and people to this day still wish the latest PlayStation just used the cross-media bar, because it's a very functional OS. Mm-hmm. Like, it's very utilitarian. And in some ways, its number one shortcoming is it's kind of Spartan, but you can make your own themes. So really,
Yeah.
you could gussy it up if you wanted. You go over to your friend's house and it makes fart sounds whenever they move on the menu, and you go, what the hell's wrong with you, man? But, you know, that's their choice. They get to choose that. Meanwhile, on the PS5, Bob, what was the game I opted into updates about? Rock Bombay City, or whatever the fuck the name of that game was. Rock Crime City.
Yeah, Rocket
Wow.
Crimes.
I opted into Sony giving me news updates about that because while hovering over it, one of the news posts they had was the funniest shit I'd ever read. I'm like, this is indecipherable. Please, yes, deliver this to my homepage. I don't even have this game. Just give me news about it. Just give me fucking news. Oh, man.
Yeah, I think it was an update that added a mission, but it didn't say that. It just described the events of the mission.
They're like, oh my god, Machete's here. And I'm like, okay. And he's bad.
Oh man, we got the AAA remake of Broforce.
You know, I would have liked it if someone went back and remade Broforce at 60 frames per second, but apparently no. There's just going to be a whole like era of indie games at the beginning of 8th gen that are just like 30's fine, fuck you. For the rest of their lives. What was it that co-founder of the studio that Rami Ismail had wrenched the rights to all the games from Rami, so
nice.
What was it? Is Vlambeer the name of that developer? I think
yes.
So those potentially could be on the table to come to new platforms and whatever now.
Cool.
So that's interesting. Did they make Luftrausers?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, Luftrausers was a game that I actually liked, but since it ran locked at 30 with bad frame pacing, I'm like, this sure would be a good game if you made it right. Ugh. Anyway. Unlike Lair, which even if it ran perfectly, would be a terrible game.
Yeah, it really, no idea seems cooked in that. It just is so rough. It's like,
I don't even know how to describe it, because any way I describe it's just going to sound like an idiot describing a Star Wars mission in Rogue Squadron, where it's like, so you have infantry troops. And then you have flying units, dragons. And then sometimes you have side objectives that are a little weird.
Yeah, most of the missions are like protect the thing missions.
Right, because as we're finding out, like flying shooters absolutely like have a thing where they're like, well, what's the one gameplay type you could do easily? That doesn't involve you burning through a ton of land mass.
Right.
Because that's money. We don't just want you to fly through an area that's expensive and then the game will end in 3.5 hours and be one of the best games you've ever played in a PS2 launch title. But yeah, no, so it's protect this floating manta ray, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then it was protect these boats, which were not pretty cool.
Not at all.
And then there was a mission where it was like, protect these, but oh, they were dragons. Oh, you concentrated on the dragons at all? Well, now we started blowing up those things. That was a nightmare. You get towards the last third of that game, and it doesn't have any way to communicate to you, like, the flow of the battle at all and what the needs are. It just keeps cutting camera angles to random shit and saying shit that doesn't really connect with what's going on. It's like, oh, the war beasts. And I'm like, well, do you mean the giant monsters that shoot artillery from far away or just that rhino? And then it'll be like, the rhinos attacking the civilians, and it's showing our armies. And I'm like, do they mean the armies? Because they're showing the armies.
Right.
And it turns out, no, just barely over the crest of that hill was a group of civilians that were being beaten to death by a rhino. But I never saw them because the camera didn't show that part of the battlefield when it kept saying that line.
Yeah, this game has a massive difficulty spike, feeling like right in the middle. Like
no, it was like 2/3 through. We got to maybe mission 10 out of 15.
I thought it was 8. I thought it was literally like the exact middle. I was like, hey, this mission's insane.
Yeah, maybe it was mission 9. But yeah, it was insane. It was just completely insane. We spent 2 hours on that one mission.
And the rest of the game didn't nowhere close to that.
No, not even the last mission of the game. The last mission of the game was so much easier than that. Oh, man. Yeah,
And just like all their other games, no checkpoints. None. Some of these missions are over half an hour or a whole hour long.
Yeah. Yeah, I was starting to sweat on, was it the last mission or was it the mission? No, you did the mission before that. So it was either the last mission or 2 from the last mission. As I got really deep into it, I was sweating, worrying that I would have to do the whole damn thing again.
Yeah.
It was the last mission because now I remember. 2 before that was, because you got the coolest looking level. Second to last level is the only level they, went, what if it looked cool? So you have crazy flying rocks everywhere in a horrible tempest, which is not led up to at all.
No.
They just go, he's a bad guy. And he's in the tempest. We have to stop him.
Yeah, there's a prison there.
There's a prison.
We should go there.
And I'm like, holy shit, all this is nothing like the rest of this game. What the fuck? All right. And then we find out in this universe that has this magic that they can tap into to make rocks float and make sky prisons and all the shit that was not in the rest of the game but is here now. The doors, aggro. The doors on the prisons in Lair are kept closed via Steam. So if you break a Steam generator on one rock island, somehow through a chain, just a chain, not a pipe, a chain, the Steam stops holding the door shut on the main prison facility.
Huh.
I'm like, you have magic. Why couldn't you just say this was magic?
I'm convinced that in their mind, this universe, the humans do not know magic. That area is floating because who knows? Strange
So
geological.
That's also was my read.
You're telling me that's always doing that?
Yeah.
That wasn't even a recent thing?
No.
So the cutscene with the magic right before that.
Trying to remember magic.
There was a little bit of the magic in the cutscene before that, I'm pretty sure, or implied. That they were like, he's using the dark energy. The diviner has gone full evil because he's tapping into the something.
I suppose he's just gone evil and taken over the army. I didn't think there was any magic.
See, this is when if I was a top tier internet performer, I would just recite the plot of Immortals of Avium to Bob and pretend it happened in this cutscene. Because how would he know?
We see this diviner character twice. He is the final boss of the game.
We see this straw man character. No, yeah, he's there at the beginning. He's like, oh, a sword fell in front of me. Oh, well. And then we don't see him for several more levels.
Yeah, and then he's like, yeah, the diviner ordered this guy to betray you and took over the army, and he's bad, but we're going to work for him. Anyway,
yeah, this is every bad plot to a 7th gen game ever. It's like, oh no, this person's bad, but they're in charge, so I'll do all the crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, he betrayed me. Now time to team up with the enemy to turn on him. Why was everyone writing this? Like, this is Haze.
Yeah, it's Haze.
Why is everyone writing this same plot?
I don't know.
It's very mature and morally complex.
Why did Remember Me do it so late?
I don't know.
That was 5 years later.
Well, that was this. Well, remember, this is still when. Well, no, that this is still the case, but that was when everybody writing games was stupid in a different way than they currently are. They had a different mental illness.
Well, okay, so the way I see it with modern video game writing on the AAA and pseudo AAA front is everyone who has to write the story for an open world game is a fucking magician a la Houdini. They are just encased in rope because they cannot do things to the world. Imagine having to write a story, but you cannot affect the world. And then they even have to write an ending that still doesn't affect the world.
Lots of games have. They just
it's insanely hard.
It's not insanely hard. You just have to care about the story at all in development, and no executive ever does. They're like, no, fuck that. Just make the fucking game world.
That's the thing. They're like, hey, we're gonna need you to tell a story and not really affect the overworld, because then we would have to make 2 of it. We would literally have to develop.
Like
you haven't
Spider-Man
changed
2
anything.
affects the overworld.
Right, because it's an expensive ass Sony game, and so does God of War Ragnarok. But most open worlds just go, holy shit, you solved that problem that's over there. And
I don't know.
They say a voice line
gen,
and we
yeah,
move
but
away.
in 7th gen they used to do it a lot. Like Spider-Man Web of Shadows does it enormously.
God damn,
like
he has to pull out one of the Spider-Mans that's like $60 or whatever. Or is that an $80 one?
Probably an $80 one.
God damn it. Or is that Shattered Dimensions?
They're all $80.
They're all so expensive.
Really?
Yeah, all those PS3 gen Spider-Man games just jacked up in price like crazy.
I love this. Prototype does. The infection spreads. Prototype takes place on one city street, I swear to God.
Right? There's allegedly a city there.
The city of Brown. There's literally no decoration or life in it. But yeah, anyway, those people are trapped in that way. The other problem when it comes to writing of modern games is the weird Marvel tone that's creeping in with like Immortals of Avium and other things. That's the horrible writing that's currently now.
It's really as simple as like games, most of them, not all of them, Japanese ones less so, but still somewhat. They just reflect different things. They reflect the rest of culture. And right now everything is Marvel.
Yeah, which is why
so AAA
Concord
games
just
will be Marvel.
is Guardians of the Galaxy, but
No, they're the
but nothing.
Yeah, but nothing.
but nothing.
That is the problem. I love when Kyle Bosman's like, you have to answer what your game is. Your game is something but. What is the but for Concord? And it's like, there is none. For some reason, they didn't have a twist. But it's okay. Its gameplay is Overwatch, and its gameplay feel is Destiny. It's like, okay, that's still not... Anyways,
Man.
I'm very excited for Concord to sell 10 million copies and us to
God,
establish a weird Chris Wolfart curse.
That would actually stun me in this case, because in Helldivers, I was just had hate in my eyes and was ignoring people being kind of positive on it. I haven't seen a single response to Concord that wasn't kill yourself now, that wasn't just that low tier god image. And I'm talking from artists I follow who I consider nice people. Like, looking at Concord brought out some demon in them where they just had to become toxic.
That's amazing. And I'm not even saying they're wrong to do it, but I am saying that also sounds like your average Valorant player talking about anything ever. So
I just think it's the combination of the Marvel thing plus being Overwatch. It's like, both of these fucking things are so fucking overdone, and you're both of them at once, you motherfucker.
I'm really excited to play that game when it hits the beta.
Mm-hmm.
It's been announced to be $40, so I think Sony actually learned something for the first time. Guys, Sony learned something for the first time since the PS3.
Right?
Yeah, I'm really stunned. I thought for sure it'd be 70 when we saw how many like it has these high fidelity story cutscenes
Right,
to show you
right.
about the characters.
There's a new one every week.
That'll be their excuse to never drop it below 70.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how good it looks is honestly why I think it's getting the response it's getting. Like, we're at a point of breakdown where a vast majority of people are now seeing the rot, and they're looking at this and going, "You spent how much goddamn money on what kind of game?"
Right,
Right.
Yeah.
I just
that's
see people
the
keep
thing.
posting posting the Smiling Friends clip of the executive screaming, "They hate it, but we spent $250 million on this."
Yeah, it's and that really speaks to there is a completely underserved audience right now for games that aren't insanely expensive, that just want a single player experience that isn't a third person action game.
Mm-hmm.
People want single player games, and not just that. They want multiplayer games that they aren't afraid are going to like be going through their pockets and shaking them down for their time. Like, that's part of why Helldivers was so successful. It's like, it's a fucking multiplayer game. You get with your also it's PvE. I think that helped a lot too.
That does help insanely.
I think people are a million times more comfortable playing PvE games than they are PvP games.
I think it's just stupid to have announced an Overwatch like without PvE elements like heavily in front, because that's what Overwatch 2 failed.
You literally forgot. Well, wait. What? Okay, Overwatch. Well, I was sitting here thinking about like the appealing part of Destiny, and the reason Destiny worked is there is a single player.
Mm-hmm.
There is a thing you can go and do with your friends cooperatively that isn't shooting enemy people.
Right. It just ruined the multiplayer when they did it the way they did it.
Well, so fucking with Destiny 2, it ruined the fucking multiplayer for fucking certain.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, they could even have had some like it's Overwatch and Payday. You're space thieves, so we have these these PvE heists you do that are framed like a Payday mission or a Left 4 Dead level.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mr. Dude in chat says, "Yo, remember Battleborn?" Yes, but the problem is the same amount of people that remember Lair will remember Battleborn the same amount of years separated.
Yeah.
No, many more people remember Battleborn because Randy Pitchford is so pathetic.
No,
you need to
I'm
say,
sorry.
Look, Battleborn is in the top percentile of these games that people will remember. The bottom tier is shit like Paragon.
Yeah, Paragon is the rock bottom.
Yeah, there's no way.
one remembers that. Way more people. God, this is insane but true. Way more people remember Lair than Paragon. I could have a conversation with anyone in a game store that has ever, like, if I sat at, we should test this. This would be a great video. If I sat in a retro game store all day, I would find more people who knew about Lair than Paragon, because the number for Paragon would be 0.
Like I'm just gonna list some hero shooters, and you're gonna tell me if
He's gonna start making up names.
how many of these you think anybody will ever fucking remember?
Okay. Where's the tier maker list? One moment. We need to be ranking these.
Okay, this one doesn't count because it was canceled. But the Amazing Eternals.
Yeah, luckily, there's a reason we don't remember that.
I remember hearing his name.
Closers.
Okay, yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Dirty Bomb.
Yeah, I remember that.
What?
Yeah.
Monday Night Combat.
Ooh, I remember that.
Oh,
one.
yeah.
That was big.
People liked it. Really, what you're talking about isn't Monday Night Combat, which succeeded at all. You're thinking of Super Monday Night Combat, which followed that up in my recollection, maybe you all chat can correct me, the comments can correct me. That bombed.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Haken.
Quake Champions.
That was depressing. Can we not talk about that?
Yeah, that was just upsetting. I remember selling a collector edition with a giant statue.
Oh, fuck you. What? They had that?
They did. I don't know why.
That should be legally actionable.
Limnisgate.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville.
Okay, I'll be honest. No. You?
Yeah, I knew that the older ones. I guess I missed that one.
Yeah, that's not even the ones you're thinking, because there's normal Plants vs. Zombie, and then there's the Battlefield
Yeah, the
ones.
Battlefield one's what I was
I don't know
thinking
what
of,
this
right?
thing is.
This must be a free-to-play
version of the
that.
battle. Yeah.
Deceive Incorporated.
I remember seeing ads for that. I have no idea.
Are you serious? I'm like, for me, this was the Chugging Bleach podcast moment. He's making that up. That's the fake one. He was checking us.
So yeah, I think Battleborn and Lawbreakers are like the two that will be remembered the most because of all the surrounding patheticness of the people involved.
I do agree that out of all of the ones just said, those are on the top. Paragon is somewhere in that mix. Because God, did that bomb.
Mm-hmm. It bombed twice because it came back and died again last year.
It didn't even fully come out on console, so should we count that?
Sure.
It feels like I feel like we shouldn't.
We're also gonna have to put Gigantic in the came back and died because it's now already at 84 players on Steam.
Oh
wow,
that came out less than a month ago.
Damn. Wow. So the important thing to take away from our discussion of Lair, which is ostensibly what we're talking about,
absolutely,
is when I say that me and my friends used to be Sony fanboys, 2007 is an integral part in the arc.
It is.
Why we are no longer that.
We got that. We got Heavenly Sword.
We got Uncharted 1 Folklore and Ratchet and Clank Future are all good games. But
yeah,
you started to realize they were nowhere near as good as they were supposed to be.
No.
You'd start to realize the PS3 was possibly a total piece of fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
And Sony's hubris became apparent. Yeah. Now, luckily, they shuffled and moved their ass to try to discount Heavenly Sword's Deathstream when, let me check, 4 years ago.
Right? Of
yeah,
course
they already did
done
Ninja Theory month. They played every single Ninja Theory game. They have beaten even Kung Fu Chaos.
Yeah, we did that.
They even did the completely dog shit enslaved DLC that should not exist.
I forgot
about the DLC. You know, I always think about you don't have schools, you have machines. And it's like, yeah, because you keep sending shit to kill us.
Right?
We have schools. You have... That was... I've had to explain the conceit of that story to multiple people because it's so poorly conveyed where it's like, no, the humans are in cyber suits keeping them in virtual reality while the Overlord uses their bodies as servants.
So we also played Bleeding Edge.
That's true.
So
I completely forgot that one. We completely forgot that one listing these Doom Hero shooters.
Oh, that says a lot.
Yeah, it does.
I think it still places above a few of the ones he said, though.
Probably.
Man, I was able to matchmake in it when we played it well after launch. So there you go. So you know what that means, right?
What's that?
We played every Ninja Theory game ever made.
Yes.
Ever.
That will be ever be made.
Yeah, Microsoft, hurry it up. Wrap it up.
Bob's wearing the fucking Grim Reaper outfit. Come on.
Yeah, it's just Dan and Bob doing the SpongeBob and Patrick, like, here you go, get in with the coffin.
Yes.
Hey, maybe I'll pitch and be like, okay, I'm playing Hellblade and Hellblade 2.
Yeah, that would actually be deeply fucked up because Tamim left the company, so we don't even get the joy of watching Tamim get in the coffin and it doing the Bugsy 3D thing.
He's a multimillionaire now.
Yeah,
he's gonna spend the rest of his life and honestly, good on him. I respect him a lot for not getting like corporate brain and being like, no, I have to stay and make even more money.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. A lot of people, they get their money and then they realize how do I put this? Because
there's a gaping hole in their soul and they think more money will fill it. So even though they have money to live in abject luxury in every regard for the rest of their life, they must still have more money.
Some of them are that. I honestly think a large number of others of them saw their success as being tied directly to them and their importance as a person and as an artist.
Yeah,
you know,
like
Cliffy B didn't write a book to make as much money as he made with Gears of War.
Right.
He wrote a book because that's him expressing himself. He did Broadway shit because that's him expressing himself. And so I see a lot of people who make enough money to just fuck off and do whatever and just not be a pest on society and not occupy spaces that they probably shouldn't. And that, I don't know, it feels cool when it happens. My only hope is Tamim isn't out there being a pest and he didn't get removed from Ninja Theory because he was a pest. That it in fact is the theory that I currently have of they said make a sequel to Hellblade and he went fuck you because that is completely on brand for him. That is 100%. That man is a dude you would say, make a sequel to Mental Illness, the game, and he would just be disgusted that you think he's, like, in his head, he'd be like, I'm not your whore, and then he would just leave. That would be the most meme thing. So in my head, that's how that went. And I want to believe in that version. He's just going to parties and hanging out on beaches and not ruining anything or anyone's life. I believe in this vision. Peter Molyneux, however, had to go and make a phone game and then make his own development nightmare. It's like, Peter Molyneux, you're rich. Cut it out. Cool. Fucking stop it. Lair's an important game, and it should be remembered as being a total fucking piece of goddamn shit. Bob.
How dare they? They sold us this.
For anyone who's curious, there are several credible sources, none official at all, none on the record at all, because it would break NDA, that the first development kits for the PS3 are radically more powerful than the shipped PS3.
Yeah.
Radically more powerful, which starts to recontextualize a lot of what was with the trailers early on and what they thought they could make with the machine.
Yeah. Motorstorm looked just like that when it came out, right?
And so did Warhawk.
Yes. A lot of those games felt like the devs got hoodwinked.
And the sources, unofficial, were very upfront about that. It sounds like even in Kojima Productions, there are people who talk to, it could be anyone. It could be the American guy. But it could be anyone who talked to Western game journalists and explained to them, yeah, those original dev kits were way, way stronger. We have no idea who said it, but if I were to fucking shoot blindly. But there's a reason the first trailer for Metal Gear Solid 4 looks radically more powerful of a machine running it than the PS3.
Yeah, it's like a Lock 60 and looked kind of immaculate.
It looked absolutely nuts. And it's not like overtly pre-rendered in a way that all the rest of them seemingly were. That one actually looked like it was running on some form of hardware that existed at the time, just really high-end hardware for the time. So I don't doubt that they're in development. Lair was supposed to run way better.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still a piece of shit. And making us use motion controls to fly the dragon is the fucking worst shit ever. What the fuck were they thinking? Oh my God. And I'm done. I'm done talking about that. However, it is worth noting you can go and find information about what Factor 5 was working on directly after Lair, including a repackaging of the Rogue Squadron Rogue Leader trilogy into a Wii game. That was a remaster of all three. Mm-hmm. A Kid Icarus game for Nintendo where they said, your character model for Pit is bad. Here's ours. Nintendo sent them a character model, and they said, no, that's cool. We like ours more. So anyways, that game got canceled, and there's who knows why that got canceled. We have no
Nintendo's
idea.
like, sir, order off the menu or get the fuck out.
They also pitched a Pilot Wings that, if I remember correctly, was an open world Pilot Wings on the Wii. That would have been interesting, and I think it would have been interesting to see them attempt that.
Yeah, that'd been real cool.
Because that seemed to be in their forte. Mm-hmm. At very least for the plane stuff. You would hope they could figure out the physics for a hang glider, but who knows? So that's the story of Factor 5. They shut down shortly thereafter.
Right.
After 3 different projects didn't get greenlit or canceled development mid-development.
And
by the way,
Lair sold terrible.
That Kid Icarus game was going to be a God of War clone. I forgot to mention that because my brain has now baked into it. It's hard baked into my brain. Yeah, of course. Of course people would know that if a Western studio got Kid Icarus, they would just go, God of War.
God, Factor 5 making a God of War clone would be so bad. So incredibly bad.
Like I keep saying, I don't think there's a single one of those Western company gave a great pitch for their version of a Japanese IP, and they just were too protective to let it happen. And every single one, I'm like, that would have been so fucking bad.
I really like this in chat, so I'm going to read it. Palutena, your son has returned. That would have been unbelievably funny.
Yeah, you see, like their images of their version of Pit go around, aren't there?
Yeah, the model I believe got out.
Yeah,
yeah. All of this is in like YouTube videos that talk about it.
Because I remember like a weirdly ripped, like middle-aged Pit. It was like, what are you doing?
It's the best, dumbest thing.
This is after Nintendo has what he's gonna look like in Smash.
Right, yeah.
Like we have modern Pit.
God, I am
yes,
we have a model. Yes, we have a model which looks like dog shit, obviously.
Yeah.
But I saw there's also concept art and he just looks like Kratos in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
But the rest of him is just normal Pit. Like I'm losing it how his face is just Kratos' face.
Oh God! Oh my God!
Did you post the image?
He posted it in the Big Thing
channel.
channel.
Yeah, let me get that on screen real quick.
No,
this is really good. This
would have been awful. This would have been
whipped
beyond
ass.
awful.
God, it looks like you just put Hayden Christensen's face on Pit's body.
Yes, it does.
Yes, that is actually. He looks exactly like fucking Anakin. Oh my God.
Why?
I guess because this was in development around when this pitch was in development like shortly after the prequels.
Right, and they thought this is a good thing to do to our character.
It's so good, dude.
Man, there's even other concept art where he looks even more Anakin-esque. Like, oh my God.
That's so good, man. Holy shit. Why is he so angry? Because it's God of War. What do you...
Yeah.
What do you not get?
He's probably going to murder many people.
Oh, man.
It was like, this makes sense. They never had to render a human before. And I was like, this is after Lair. Oh, right. They didn't... Those people basically didn't have models. They were just all the same bald guys from 7th Gen, but with a different helmet.
Very exciting, this notion. We really missed out here by not getting this vision of Kid Icarus. Oh, and the music in Lair is not good. It's composed by a guy who worked with Danny Elfman a couple times, and also some other Hollywood composer I'm trying to remember. But it was a little apparent.
Yeah.
There's a very, very obvious 90s aughts movie magic energy to the music that doesn't fit at all.
Yeah, if they had made the fantastical high fantasy dragon game they made the soundtrack for, that could have been pretty cool.
Yeah.
Instead, we have this weird, overly grounded thing that's all dark and muddy.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't work.
God. Yeah.
That was the style at the time.
It was the
Just
style
have
at
no
the
color and everything is about death. And
It's so weird. It's like, at least we've healed since then, you know? At least it's not like, well, yeah, we got to make sure all our games are like, you know, brown. Like, no, we can have saturated colors and shit nowadays and have an art style. Because if that wasn't the case, then we never would have gotten Immortals: Rise of Phoenix.
Oh, thank God.
Is that the name of
It's
that game?
Phoenix Rising.
Yeah. I was
Okay,
like, I
good.
said that wrong, right? No one's correcting me. I'm scared I said it right.
You had this confidence that I was halfway to Googling it.
You had this confidence. Yes. You know where that sense of confidence comes from, Aggro?
Your asshole?
Close.
I don't like the lip licking that was around that.
My brand new Quest 3 headset that I got today, you know, it fills me with such a sense of self-importance. I'm about to take you all on a journey through the future of VR headsets
Is that how you log into Quest World?
with my asshole. Is that what you're asking? So one of the features of the Quest 3 is that it has hand tracking. So built into it, they have the AAA game made by Oculus Studios that uses hand tracking. Now, Bob, you've played that Star Wars game.
Yeah.
Aggro, you've played Horizon Call of the Mountain.
Uh-huh.
Take both these games, smash them together in a horrible like particle accelerator, and then filter it through Silicon Valley. I am both the Messiah and the new sheriff in town.
What?
In this game, it uses hand tracking for all of the mechanics. So the first thing that happens is it's mixed reality, and in the room I'm in, rifts open up, and these particles come from other dimensions to talk about how I'm the creator.
My God.
And I have come to save them all. So I step into the portal, and there are 4 different parts of the town, the world I can go to unlock different abilities that are super cool. So I went to the one to get the Iron Man gloves at first.
Okay.
So you point your hand out and you do that and it shoots, but it doesn't do it every time you do that, and it's not very responsive, and it's actually really quite bad.
Does it work better if you say go web go?
God, I wish it was like, do this and it'll shoot laser beams. You turn it towards yourself and like a light shield appears around you. What's up?
You blow your own head
And you
off.
blow your own head off. No, I wish. I was like, now turn it towards me, and I think it turned it off. And so a drone goes around the room slowly, and then it's like, oh, I'm making a sound. I'm going to shoot you in a little bit. You better protect with your shield. And still, because of how sloppy it feels, like it's still an actual challenge to get the shield to react right and pop up in time.
Why? You have buttons.
But somehow, no, this is hands, just hands. I'm not using any of the controllers. It's
I
the
was saying
future.
you should be using the
No,
controllers.
Bob, this is the future. The future is not using a perfectly functional, good controller with buttons. It's me doing this and praying it works.
Thank you, Apple.
So, this actually wasn't the bad part.
Okay.
First time I boot this game, my left hand is broken. My left hand is perfectly the opposite of where it is, starting at the wrist. And imagine my hand stretched the full length of my forearm backwards, pointing at me. Now, I don't know that's what's happening. So I'm like, weird. My right hand's a hand and my left hand is a horrible spike pointed at my body. Okay. And I tried to do the opening thing and it doesn't work, like at all. Now, one of the interesting things is in order for it to detect your tapping with your hands, which is how you do everything.
Okay.
You need to turn your hand so it can see that in the cameras.
My God. All right.
So often you'll be like, oh, I just naturally reach out and grab it. And it's like, that wasn't a good angle. Turn your hand vertically. So you're pinching everything. It's no longer a grabbing motion. You're just pinching everything. So after rebooting it and regaining a left hand, I go through the aforementioned segment after they tell me I'm the Messiah, the creator, and the new sheriff in town. And then I go to the mobility section. So I unlock mobility. And how that works is, and they do not explain this well at all, your right hand's going to do the other shit in the game. Your left hand is your mobility hand. And the way you move is you point towards a thing, and then you hold your hand like this, and you tap your fingers, and you will teleport to the thing. Maybe.
God.
So as I'm making my way around the city, which is really when it started to get the vibes of that Star Wars game, I'm dashing past like drones that are trying to shoot me with lasers. So I move to a platform and throw a switch and move to the next platform, which has a large shield that protects me from the turret. And then I move to the next platform, and then I just barely escape all of that, and I throw the last switch, and the big door opens, and it does a pretty seamless transition, and my hand is broken again. And that's my movement hand, so that's where it stopped.
Oh my God.
Doing anything mixed reality like this or any of the other games burns through the battery life so fast. I think at an upper end, this headset lasts 2 hours, but most of the time, hour and a half.
That is not very long.
No, you can't fucking have an experience with that sort of battery life.
Do you have like a long power cord for it or something you can use?
It's just USB-C, so you can
you
can figure it out yourself, because the actual cable's really quite short. Like really short. Like might just barely be tall enough to reach my feet if I'm standing. It's really bizarre. I actually like one of the things that I was positive about when it came to the Quest 2 versus the PSVR2 is the Quest 2 has any amount of battery life. The controllers take AA's.
Okay, yeah.
Quest 3, the headset's so short, it doesn't fucking matter what the controllers take, because you will get many use cycles out of that. Accordingly, people make head straps that have a battery built into the back side of them.
God, of course.
So that way you can hook that up to the USB on the side of the head, so that way it lasts any amount of time.
I guess you could just do the Apple approach and have a battery in your pocket with a cord running
That is what I'm trying to do. I misplaced my portable battery. I think it's in the MacBook laptop bag, but I don't know. I couldn't find it. So imagine I'm barely into VR chat, not even an hour in, and it's like, bro, I'm dying. And I go, what the fuck? I've barely been in VR chat. I did like, I went to a cool Ratchet and Clank world and then to the Popeye thing, and we're just dying on hole 3. Holy shit, this battery life is insane. Because I'm using it wirelessly with the PC, which has been surprisingly functional. I don't have any dedicated high-end hardware that I've used to make network traffic lessened or anything else. And it worked. And I was surprised that it worked. Because before I got virtual desktop, using it, the Quest 2 with PC was a fucking nightmare. It just worked. So yeah, I got to solve that battery life thing. Right. The hand tracking's not good. The mixed reality, every API that the Quest needs to provide to an app seems to be broken at random times. For example, I had a fitness app I enjoyed. Wait, let me start with the one I didn't enjoy. I had a fitness app I wanted to try out. It literally would not finish booting because every time it pinged the Meta like payout and billing API, to pop up with a window that tells you, I would like to subscribe to this monthly or annually or whatever after this free trial ends. Couldn't figure it out. So it just hard locked there. God. I have a fitness app I like that has a mixed reality mode. It's called Les Mills Dance. In the mixed reality mode, puts your dance instructor and the UI into your space, but it rips a dimensional hole in it. Upon rebooting it, that game just shows my room. The mixed reality API has broken the game permanently. What? And it now just shows the fucking room I'm standing in and plays the title screen music.
Oh my God. That's great, Dan.
When I pop up with the pause menu for that game I was just talking about, which is called First Hand, because it's the hand tracking game, the AAA Oculus one.
Yeah, okay.
The pause screen shows my hands fine because it's just the meta hands.
Right.
But then I unpause and my hand's broken. So at some level, all of these APIs are bad and broken and wrong, and I don't know what the hell is wrong with them. So what I'm telling you, sincerely, is the Quest 3 is the most PS3-like experience I've had since getting a PS3. The PS3 was not great. It was like, hey, check it out at E3. They're showing off how you can bring up the OS while you're in game. You get it. No, you can't.
No.
That shit don't work. You want to look at your trophies? Game frozen. System locked up. It felt so much like that. It feels like booting a PS3. It's what a horrible, horrible thing.
Oof.
Yeah.
For anyone who's curious, I bought it off of eBay. And the inside-out tracking on it is a lot better. So I can, or inside-out pass-through camera, right?
Okay.
So I can at all use a computer screen. I can at all do anything while wearing the thing. One time I left this room and it was okay, because there are no doorways for most of it. But I stepped into another room and I don't know how to express to you that I felt the headset get scared. But I moved through a doorway and part of the headset got afraid. It had a moment where it went, whoa. Okay, this is a different room. I figured it out. And I don't know how it communicated that to me visually, but I could feel it. I've never, it's all supposed to, you're just passing through video, bro. I'm not playing a mixed reality game. What the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
So anyways, I think Facebook HQ probably knows what all of my house looks like now.
Probably.
Because it's Facebook.
It's important things for them to know.
It's important things.
Everyone should give them that data.
And be fine with it. I had to listen to a fucking Zoomer who runs a podcast about meta updates and stuff, the Quest updates and stuff, be like, the new version lets you opt out of giving them all your info, which I guess is important. Really, I don't care. And I'm like, yeah, you're 20. You literally don't get to have an opinion on this. I don't want to sit here and listen to a Zoomer be like, I don't think it's important whether or not we give giant corporation all of our information at all times, including an inside-out camera tracking of my house. That is the worst opinion I've had to deal with anytime remotely recently. Anyway, as for the actual headset, hey, Aggro, they took the circles off. So you can fit your hands on this easily. I had to buy the strap because people recommended Beat Saber modded on PC, and holding the Quest 3 and Quest 2 controllers and swinging that hard is reckless. So I got some knuckle straps. This is pretty nice. It's kind of how I use the rings on the PSVR2, where it's never going to fall off because my hand's outstretched. Because it has the ring where your wrist is.
Right.
Weirdly enough, the Quest 2 had the ring on the far side, so it was as heavy as possible. I find using the headset with the built-in straps usable, which is not how I would describe the Quest 2. You used that thing, right?
Yeah, that was bad.
It was nightmarish. The weight is closer to the head, so it sits on your head more comfortably than the Quest 2 did. Because, it's basic physics. You put a weight further out, it's going to feel heavier.
It's funny to go to this thing and be like, man, this sure isn't designed as much as the PSVR2, though.
Yeah, because I wanted to make sure I was the only person. I wasn't the only person who had an opinion on this, so that way I could source other people's opinions. So I had Bob check out Beat Saber on both headsets back to back. Man, that screen on the PSVR2 is radically fucking better. It's not even close.
No, it's not.
Because for people who don't know, the Quest 3 is still an LCD. The Quest 3, however, does have pancake lenses, so at the corner of your vision, it is sharper. And you don't have to line up the center with your eyeballs as much like you do with the PSVR 2.
Okay, so it's got a broader sweet spot?
Yes. But the PSVR 2 is so much radically sharper because of the OLED screen. It's kind of like a net neutral, frankly. What's your opinion?
Yeah, when I was looking at, my main thing was the screens in the Quest 3, it feels like they don't have quite enough space on them, so I felt like I was seeing the separation between my eyes. Like I was seeing that bridge, whereas I did not see that on the PSVR 2. It's much cleaner an image because of that.
Once you said that, I started paying a lot more attention to it, and keep in mind, I'm using both these headsets with my glasses on, because using the attached lenses will actually add extra layers of chromatic aberration and other stuff, and I didn't want to... I used the Hans VR on the PSVR 2 for a half year, and then I realized, well, actually it looks a lot sharper when I don't have those in and I just wear glasses. And I can pretty comfortably wear my glasses with that headset. Quest 3, not so much. The Quest 3 is tighter and actually squeezes the side of my head because I have an enormous skull. Bob does not have this problem, presumably because his head's not as wide
even
as
me
mine.
wearing my glasses was far less comfortable than the PSVR2. So yeah, it's also there's just a hole around the nose, so you just see the light come in, like you can see the ground.
Even if you're wearing the headset optimally, you literally can just see straight down.
Right, it's not like the PSVR2 where they have that gasket built in to block out light.
The funny thing is, I think that's part of why you can see the separation a lot more apparently on the Quest 3, because I started paying attention to that once you said that comment, and I was like, technically, if I close one of my eyes and look in the corner, I can see the black on both, but when just both eyes open, it disappears on the PSVR2 a lot more than it does on the Quest 3. And I think some of that is there's no light coming in from the bottom.
Right, that might be what does it.
And also, the OLED screen allows for true black levels in the lenses, whereas, and I cannot stress this enough, it has been undersold by everyone you've ever heard talk about the Quest 3. The Quest 3 lenses are sharper at the periphery. They have a million layers of glare because of that. Like, if you're looking at something that's blue in the middle of the screen, your entire vision is blown out, faded blue now. Between that and the really crap black levels, it looks fucking terrible in comparison, in my opinion. I'm very excited for the PC adapter for the PSVR 2 because HDR will not work on PC. And then I'll get to remove HDR from the equation and then look at it and figure out, like, okay, so how much of the OLED popping is HDR versus just being an OLED as opposed to an LCD? But that bloom thing is fucking rotten. Like, you get two layers of it. You get the small one in the background that's a bit more colorless, and then a blown out, really huge one in the foreground as you move it. If this was a lens on a camera, no one would use it. Like, it is bad. It's not vintage bad either. It's just cheap bad lens. So, given the comparison, straight from Zenny Optical, which history on that, Bob and I have gotten multiple glasses from Zenny Optical that were not the correct prescription, and Toast did too. Yippee! They also made attachments for the Quest 3 that apparently crack.
Oh my god!
Like the plastic housing for it's cracked. You can search this up on Reddit. There have been multiple posts made about this. Zenny Optical really slipped at some point.
Yeah, no.
Listening to John Linneman on Digital Foundry, I genuinely expected the Quest 3 to just be a much better experience than it ultimately was coming over from the PSVR 2, because he was a huge proponent of the PSVR 2 at launch. And so he has enough experience with both to do a comparison.
Right.
I in no way would say the optics situation on the Quest 3 is just better.
No.
Like, it's so many downgrades and then like one upgrade of, like, you can see sharper at the periphery, but then everything else is worse. You have way more you have way more blooming and flaring, which looks terrible. Your screen doesn't pop as much because it's an LCD instead of an OLED, and it doesn't have HDR. Like, between all of these things, it's just like, that was not an upgrade. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. But I'm happy to give the Quest 3 the damn video game seal of, no, really, this should be the base standard for VR. Anything worse than this is useless.
Right.
That is my seal of approval on the Quest 3 right here and now. It is $500. That is too low of a ranking for a $500 device. Maybe buy it on eBay. I don't know. Served me all right. It's staggering talking to other people who do VR stuff and being like, we're this many years into this.
Right.
Like, the Rift 1 came out 2014, 2015. Like, it was early first half. It was the first half of 8th gen. We're this many years in, and the $500 brand new headset on the market is still like what I literally, and I say this with no like anger or anything, I literally think this is the base acceptable standard, and it's still $500 fucking dollars.
Yeah.
And to get like PC quality, you have to use a PC, so that's added cost there. Like, I'm sitting here hoping the PSVR 2 at some point just continues to reduce the price and become a more acceptable accessory for people to consider if they have a PS5. Meanwhile, the Quest 3 boot, it comes out and it's $500, and that feels fucking nutty to me. It does have some neat experiences. The hand tracking's neat. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Any thoughts, questions, musings you had of your own experience, Bob?
I wonder if anyone could make like wrist straps that like they're like you wear them like a watch to track your hands better.
To track your hands, I don't know that would work as well as the necklace, because there is that company that makes the necklace.
That's true.
I can't remember the name of them, but I know VTuber streamers who literally use that thing to track hands and stuff. And that's cool as shit. I don't know that you would ever be able to hook that up into the Quest.
Yeah, exactly.
Outside of VR chat, which you're running on your PC. Which you can run VR chat on the Quest. I'm never going to do that.
Right.
Because I'm not sure if I ever told you. Most of the skins in VR chat literally do not work with the Quest level specs.
Of course not.
So
the Quest just explodes if it tries.
It literally just shows them as like a muted model, like a literal just base model.
Mm-hmm, that makes sense.
And some worlds are even like that too.
Of course.
So I'm not wasting my time installing VR chat on the Quest 3. I'm rather impressed by the wireless functionality, but the latency is enough that the pistol whip's useless. Mm-hmm. I literally will not play it this way, which is unfortunate because that also has user-generated levels. I haven't tried this thing with a wire yet. I'm looking forward to comparing that experience with the PSVR2's PC adapter later this year.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, that's it. I do think it's funny that the Quest 3 does a lot of the shit that they're like, the Apple Vision Pro is really cool because you can do this and you can literally do all of that on the...
Yeah, that was really funny when you were showing me that. Yeah, it does all that.
Yeah,
it's
it does.
Like, and it's what? How much compared to the...
A seventh and eighth the price.
An eighth the price.
Yeah.
Whoa. That Apple thing is so revolutionary. It's going to change the world.
What's that? Quest is a seventh the price and didn't? Uh-oh. But yeah, like you can do the hand tracking stuff to just browse on it. You can lock screens, so like bring up a web browser and have it float in the room, or just lock it where it is in your vision. You can go to Planet Fitness wearing it, and no one will have any problems with you. They'll think you're all very cool, and they will leave you alone. I didn't do this, just to be clear. This is me bullshitting. Oh yeah, Chris. I can't remember if we said it on Big Think or if it was off Big Think. I solved the mystery of why there were so many fucking teens at Planet Fitness that one day. All summer, that shit's free for people between 14 and 19 years old.
Yep.
I had no idea. That's cool as shit. Mm-hmm. I wish that where I grew up even had a Planet Fitness anywhere near me or offered that sort of thing. Yeah, because I was like, yo, I haven't even ever known this many teens that were interested in fitness. What the fuck is happening right now? Apparently, free shit is happening right now.
Right.
This sure explains a lot. Anyways, Planet Fitness death stream when?
Oh my God.
It's never.
I'm recording the whole thing.
You can complete. Also, they'll bust your ass. Planet Fitness doesn't fuck around. Like if you bring a camera anywhere near, they'll kill you.
The trespassing to jail flop swap.
Yeah.
I'm recording the whole thing on the
Fitness
inside out cameras.
They will not let you wear a VR thing.
Sir, you need to take that off. I'm a traveler. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah, you know, once again, the Quest 2 really, really, really rough. I don't recommend the Quest 2 to anyone other than you want to see if VR is at all something you're interested in. And honestly, I worry it's a bad enough experience where it would scare you away even if you were interested. Mm-hmm. But the Quest 3 still seems like it's too expensive.
Yeah. Maybe the prices will keep coming down. I guess we'll just have to see.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I still think the PSVR 2 is like the best headset on the market. I really hope Valve comes out with something competitive and we can get the space improving, going up better.
Now, what if space just completely died, which seems like what it's actually leading towards?
That would actually really suck. Yeah, I do wonder. If it just... Because to me, the PSVR 2 as an experience, feature set wise, I don't think there's any shortcoming. Mm-hmm. I think you just need to make it cheaper.
Right.
So even into the PS6, it's like, yo, can you just keep making that one? Maybe with a better pass-through camera for when they push the button. And that's it. Because the problem now is that no reasonable person who doesn't who isn't really interested in what VR is doing and hasn't tried it at all is going to go out of their way and be like, you know what my $500 console needs? A $500 accessory that plays some of the games. Anyway, hey Bob,
Hey, what's up?
I'm sure you played many things.
Yes, I did. We're going to stream God Hand at some point. So I played some God Hand.
Oh, cool.
That game is still really tough. I watched some YouTube videos to try and see, like, what am I missing?
You're like, what am I doing wrong? And everyone's like, nothing. The game's mean. You looked at the game wrong. Die.
Right. Which I'm getting used to it. I got through the first stage, which doesn't sound like a lot, but stages include everything up until the first boss fight.
Yeah, and that's a huge chunk of that game at the beginning, at very least.
Yeah, like there's just a bunch of little levels, and finding out that go to the fairies who take you to a special challenge because that's a checkpoint if you win.
Oh,
So that helps.
oh, damn! If you lose,
you just got spawn right back next to the fairy, so you
it
can keep
doesn't
trying.
kill you, and then go redo the whole level.
Yeah. So lots of little neat things in that. It'd be really cool to see them try and do something like this again, but
Hell yeah.
it would probably, the camera at least would not control anything like this.
No, the camera in God Hand is literally, what if Resident Evil 4's camera with no consideration?
Yeah.
Just period.
Yeah.
What if Resident Evil 4's camera, but rude?
Resident Evil 4 camera works perfectly for a melee fighting game. It's like, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It's kind of rough here. Yeah, that's part of what I think makes, like, the way you move your character and the fact it's a melee action game, I think is off-putting for the majority of people. And then the difficulty is the second wave of off-putting.
Yes, because this is the game where you beat up guys well enough, the difficulty level goes up.
Yeah.
Yes, it is crazy because the way you progress in God Hand, like you'll reach a level of being good enough to get to level 3 or level die, and then you'll just get killed instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no,
like it is such a drama. It is literally like you're playing on normal. Well, you did too good. Now you're on hard. Well, now you did too good. Now you're on Dante Must Die mode.
Yeah, this dude literally just became a super devil.
Yeah.
Because you were doing too good. And I'm like, game, this is my 5th try at this part of the level. I did not do too good.
Yeah, that's why you have the grovel move that resets your ranking back down to 1.
Oh,
I did not know about that.
that's it's good strat.
Is that an actual attack you equip, or is there some?
That's a roulette wheel move.
Oh.
So where he
Wow,
like
so
does the Dogeza really aggressively. He's like, I'm sorry, and that makes the level go down to 1.
That means you have to spend a very limited power-up currency on it.
To make the game sane.
Oh my god.
Bob,
What a weird system.
Bob, there's another option. Have you considered getting good?
I mean, I've heard that's a viable God Hand technique from back in the day.
Really?
Yes, just get good.
I seem to remember reading that in a Game Informer article.
Imagine the future where, like, action games all went the God Hand direction for some reason, and the get good narrative got unbelievably more toxic.
Right. That instead that
Just-
narrative
just
went
practice,
entirely to Dark Souls.
Right.
Practice sidekick chaining. Do you know about sidekick chaining?
I do
Bob?
not.
I forget what move it is specifically, but Gene has a move where he like throws a high sidekick that will like send an enemy flying,
Yes.
and you can flick the right stick down to cancel it with a spot dodge.
right.
so
Because
you
you do
get
that
them
with
up
almost
against
anything.
You get them up against the wall and just just spam the kick while canceling it, and you loop them. And
Yeah,
that lets you completely trivialize any enemy you can launch that way.
Yeah, the guides I was looking at were like, okay, you're going to need to do this to like get the enemy stunned as fast as possible, and then kick him away with that kick, and then use the dodge to cancel out of it. And then a lot of time is like, how do you manage enemies? Run.
It's
the
old
thing
school
about-
in that way of like, you would normally manage enemies that way in like a 2D video game.
Yes.
The big thing with the difficulty in God Hand is I think on level like, because at the early levels it has the thing a normal video game does where enemies are unaggressive or less aggressive when they aren't in view. At level die, that turns off.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny as shit.
Yeah. They just go.
That's so good.
And of course, the sicko making the guides like, yeah, I can't even play the game with a low die now.
I feel like Kamiya or Mikami should try to get the rights to God Hand and just do like a modern remaster.
It'd be really nice to see, yeah.
It would be something to get a studio off the ground because Capcom's not making anything God Hand related.
Unfortunately, they should at least put Gene in whatever fighting game coming up. If they ever do a crossover fighter again, he should be there.
Man, they need to re-release it. Like, it doesn't matter if it's crusty.
Oh,
yeah, it's old and crusty and unbelievably low budget.
Mm-hmm.
But people love it. Put it on Put it on the Sony PS2 back compat. That's improved back compat now, if nothing else.
Yeah, like it's
because it was on PS3 back compat.
Oh yeah, it was.
I missed saying something earlier, and I'm terrified it will not make it into this podcast if I do not say it right now. Normally, this is a bullshit and unimportant thing, but I think this is the funniest shit in the world, and it must be said. You want to know how you turn in that first-hand game?
Okay, well, how do you turn?
You do the thumbs up.
Oh,
It pops up with a curved arrow above your thumb that goes left and right. Now, it, once again, does not explain this at all. You need to tilt which way you want it to toggle to. You're now done doing that. Then tap your fingers like this. So you're like doing that, and then that, and then that, and then that, and it does not work well at all.
Game dev jail. Game dev jail. The vans are on their way.
I was so hoping that it was, then you have to do the Metroid Other M thing of sideways stuff.
Wouldn't that be good?
Would be
And then you're just like doing this. You're like hitchhiking to move. No, you do this, and then you go, and then you tap, and then it stops working at some point, or you overshot your thing. So then you do the thumbs up again, and then you turn it the other way.
No.
It's so rotten, dude.
No.
So yeah, anyways, God Hand is not as crusty as that.
No, it's really not. It is, as Chris was saying, it's insanely low budget. It's so funny to walk around these environments that look like...
Yeah, they're cardboard boxes.
Yeah, they're parody of what you would make a PS2 game out of.
Right. It's like they fit more with what is the name of Samurai Gunman Zan or whatever on the PS1. It's like that's how they design a level there.
Right. It's more reminiscent of Samurai Western than any game Capcom would release.
Yeah. And fidelity wise, it's somewhere between that and Rising Zan, the Samurai Gunman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything is completely box shaped. It's good.
It's so good, you guys. You could tell he just turned this out real fast after making Resident Evil 4.
Mm-hmm. A bunch of really funny quotes from every random NPC. They all have funny things to say.
Yeah, it's
almost
really
the same thing.
And always stupid.
Yes. So yeah,
so you excited for the stream?
Of course.
That's great.
That's going to be a very hard stream, but I'm very excited.
Yeah. I'm sure chat is very excited too, Not many of them have access to God Hand, let alone remote skills necessary to play it.
Yeah, and it's so funny the way you move around that game. I don't think anyone's used to seeing modern action games or any action game ever, and then expects what it looks like to play God Hand.
Right, no, of course, no. Like, there's nothing in your life that has prepared you for how God Hand moves.
Yeah, no. It's like you zanily run away like this with the camera directly behind you. You mash the button to start a super move to look at the enemy.
So you can imagine why I think everyone on this podcast, being dudes who are like, God Hand, so cool. What a fucking dope time. Got really depressed when 7th Gen was the antithesis of that.
Yes.
And No More Heroes is the only whiff of that you got that entire gen.
Yeah, there are very few games as goofy as God Hand.
Right. It feels like not even Anarchy Reigns or Max Anarchy really went into that direction.
No, that would have helped them for sure.
Yeah. It wasn't quite there. It was a little too self-serious, not insane enough in the specific way that God Hand is. But yeah, you barely got any of that 7th Gen.
It's great because you're in like this Fist of the North Star world. It's just blatantly that, but off-brand enough to be like you rub the letters off.
Mm-hmm. The serial number has been filed off.
Everyone's just yelling, "Are you the God Hand?"
Yeah, somebody in chat was like, they referenced the Mike Tyson "You're Not Alexander" speech, and I'm like, oh my god, that is a thing they say. I forgot that
because I had no idea what that was.
I found out about that like 15 years later. That it's like, oh yeah, it's referencing some shit Mike Tyson said, and I'm like, how am I supposed to know that?
All these years later, it's literally been What, it released 2005 or something? 2006? It's been almost... Oh, man, I don't want to think about that. Okay.
So anyways, 4K God Hand when? Come on, Sony.
I also played some other stuff. I played more Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 because I could not get enough after last week.
Okay.
This game's still a ton of fun. I want to play Shu the original again right next to it, which I'm not done doing the playthrough yet. But I forgot how frequently it drops weapons on you. It's like, yeah, here's just like 2 new weapons on stage. It's like, whoa, this is insane. What's wrong with you?
Is this sustainable? And they're like, nah.
No. How many weapons in your next game do I have? 1. Why?
I think they put in more in Razor's Edge.
They did. They even updated the original to add more because they're like, why did we do that? Oh, man. We listened to game journalists on everything they said, and we made the worst game possible.
3 is so bad. Like, yeah. That's the only one of them I've never beaten because I got to the final boss where it's like, fill up your super magic meter.
Yeah.
I'm a giant thing that will attack the thing you're on. You have to beat up regular enemies that spawn to fill your super magic meter. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I still think that even the boss fights in this one don't feel as good as just random enemy fights. It's weird that Ninja Gaiden has... like, in my opinion, so skewed that way of like encounters with random guys, great. Boss fights, eh.
Well,
you don't like Atma?
Boss fights are really hard to design. As we watch Western game devs often fail spectacularly at boss design, it feels like we're starting to actually get better at that.
Right.
In the West. You know, somewhere in the 8th gen, they finally figured out, oh, so that's why they were doing that. It's like, yeah! What do you think they just, like, voice clips a lot over there? They fucking need to telegraph their move, you dumbass!
No, it's not realistic.
Maybe the way they be damaged should tie into our abilities?
No.
Maybe some traversal tying to our abilities?
No.
Maybe some fun gameplay loop?
Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 also has fun voice clips, like when you're attacking an airship, and then you hear on the live speaker, like, there's a Class A ninja alert. Like,
I might need that for streams.
Yes.
That sounds really good.
I love the platforming in these games, and it's weird that I could say that about any action game.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like Ninja Gaiden's thing, though. Like, even when you play Ninja Gaiden 1, it has the wall jumps and the crazy stuff because they built that into the game.
Right.
It literally felt like we made Prince of Persia, but sexy.
Yeah, everything's, like, really fast and smooth. It'd be real cool for them to make a game like this again, or even someone to make just a platformer like this. And I also forgot that this game has, literally, you go to the Castlevania clock tower. Like, it's just the giant gears.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's very funny as you can get crushed between the gears, and luckily it doesn't instantly kill you. It's just like an animation review would be like, oh, Jesus, and then he pulls himself out.
Sounds like more of a Cagliostro thing, if you ask me. I love that fucking Blu-ray of Cagliostro, the Lupin movie, is just like, I'm going to say 4 different fucking ways to say the name, so that way you will never know Dan Video Games, and you will feel wrong no matter which one you go with. And I'm like,
you will be wrong,
fuck
no matter what.
How dare you?
I also played some demos, because we got a bunch of demos came out this week. We were like, everyone's jumping early into the Steve Next Fest time.
Okay, Bob. Let's do it.
Sure. Let's see. I tried out Fading Skies, which is an indie action-adventure platforming game that's going to be on Kickstarter soon, I guess.
Okay.
You play as, like, this red-haired girl who's got a dragon who sits on her shoulder. It's like a real tiny dragon.
Ooh.
And it has a weird, like, almost Dark Souls-like structure, because there are bonfires where you respawn at if you fall off a ledge. But most of the game isn't combat, so it's just strange. This demo is, I think, very poorly put together, because it goes half an hour without introducing mechanics. So you were just jumping around with just jump, shoot a bunch of little platforms and stuff for, like, so long. And then when it finally starts introducing mechanics, even those are kind of weak. Like, oh, you get an air dash. You only get one. We don't have anything else to go around this. The game moves very slowly. It looks very nice. I am surprised by how nice this game looks. The animation quality is way off the charts. It's not at Kenna's level, but it's approaching that. And a ton of particle effects going around. I think the main character design's pretty nice, but for some reason, all the NPCs have been these cat people with weirdly huge hips. It's just real weird. And then it does, for some reason, once it introduces combat elements, it's like, hey, yo, it's time for a Dark Souls boss fight. But you don't have a target system. You literally cannot lock on.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. You know how last week I was like, oh man, it's so incredible the Ninja Gaiden somehow pulls off not having a targeting system.
Right, yeah, because that's
something
easy.
You need to pull off. You can't just yank it out and be like, you don't need this, do you?
I need to look up a picture of this game. Unfortunately, I just looked up another picture of Pitt from the Factor 5. So, he's hanging out with you now.
I eventually just quit the demo because it introduced a giant area to go around explore, and then was like, find these hidden creatures that are all around these ghosts so you can open a door. And it's like, it became the worst part of Twilight Princess, where it's like the light bug challenge. It's just this giant area and these semi-transparent things I'm looking for. Like, why did you do this?
I'm trying to remember the light bug challenge.
It'd be an area you'd already gone through, but they'd put like 20 things you need to collect all over it.
Yeah. Yeah, like when that place flooded.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I collected those notes.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun when Twilight Princess... Oh, wait, that was Skyward Sword.
That was Skyward Sword.
Skyward Sword became a banjo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why did that happen?
Twilight Princess did the same thing, though. I can't remember exactly. I can't remember which one used light bugs, but they were.
I think Twilight Princess had that. My problem is I just don't remember it.
Yeah, like one of them, they filled the that valley town with them, and you had to go all around the valley town looking for them. But that was way less distinct environments and just a bunch of like going through UE4 tech demo trying to find these things.
I found a picture of Fighting Skies, Bob. Your description did not prepare me for the amount of Xbox Live indie game energy that this would possibly have with the...
Yeah, it's weird because it's like if a render for one of those Xbox Live indie games was made into a real game.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
So I imagine the dragon a lot cuter.
Yeah, no. Sorry.
It looks like a bat that's been turned into a dragon, like something about the head.
But yeah, there's a strange amount of animation work here. Like every time you get a power up, like you have the souls potions you drink, but to get the upgrades for them, she has like a super unique animation for grabbing them out of the midair after you break open a flower. I'm like, this is crazy. What's this doing in your indie game?
Well, they only got the mocap suit like after.
But that's all we gotta say about that. You can check the demo out. It's obviously free.
And that was Fading Skies.
Yes. Tried out. You know what? I'm gonna break these up. I tried the Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash game because they put a demo out for that. That game came out months ago.
That'll help the 0 players.
Yeah, sure. Yo, this game's really bad.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I know. Shock to everyone.
What?
Imagine one of the arena fighters for Naruto, but with even less moves.
God, how?
I don't know.
How?
Yeah, you have 3 attack buttons and less moves.
The average players on Steam has been 24 for the past few months.
Incredible.
Everybody seems to be in agreement. Like, this is unquestionably the worst one of these arena fighters ever made.
Yeah, it's made by Gem Drops, the guys who did the Star Ocean remake and Star Ocean 2 remake. And
wow, the RPGs seem to be their fucking calling, and anything else seems to not be.
Hey, that Keith iGame Dan said good things about. But But yeah, I'm surprised this game has a dub. That's weird. They didn't seem to try and match any lip flaps. I assume isn't even a problem with the English dub because there's no way anything would fit these lip flaps. So that's a strange choice they made. The story mode is told through having like still images from the anime slide by with voices. It's rough. The title screen is literally, we have the OP playing on loop with some filters over it from season 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen. Maybe it's season 2. I don't know. It's the one where he's sitting in a subway and it looks like there's a rain filter put over it. Baffling choice here. I mean, Jujutsu Kaisen's a pretty big popular IP. I don't know why the game is this bad. It also only supports 2v2 for multiplayer. And I think I read somewhere that this is made by some people who worked on the Gundam Versus games, which are very much made for Japanese arcades and nothing else. And they cannot have a character actually die and leaves the combat. So your 2v2 is literally like, oh yeah, you'll just keep knocking each other out and then at the end we'll score it up.
Oh, that's no fun.
Yeah, it does not feel good. You can get ganged up on. Moving around the environment's kind of frustrating because they, like one of the ones I went to is, oh, you're at the high school. So there's now a gigantic high school building that you cannot get over unless you do a special dash jump, which doesn't work half the time. It's just this giant wall in the middle of the battlefield. It's like the NPCs can't figure out how to get to me because that's in the way.
Oh, the company that did most of the work on this also made the My Hero 1's Justice game and Gunslinger Stratos, the arcade games.
That My Hero 1 Justice game is also really bad.
Not My Hero. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, I got it confused with the One Punch Man thing for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. Maybe stop making arena fighters if you're going to put in this little effort.
They also made Rise of the Incarnates. Should that go in our doomed game that nobody ever played?
You mean Marvel Nemesis Rise of the Incarnates? Is that?
No.
Oh.
What is this?
Oh, okay.
This was a game that came out on July 1st, 2015, and was shut down on December 15th, 2015. It was PC only.
Yeah, I actually do know what he's talking about, but its name is close enough to Rise of the Imperfects.
Let me get a picture of the cover art because I feel like, this is a game that should have launched in 2009, and somebody would insist it was actually great, and then you'd never talk to them ever again after they said that to you.
I need to see this because I'm like, is it this thing I played in beta? Oh god, it is. Okay, yeah. I think that published by Bandai Namco. Yep. Okay, I played that.
Yeah, on the Wii U.
Bandai Namco might be the only company in the industry that pumps out these arena fighters. I don't think anybody else does.
You're right.
Yeah.
That is just them for some reason.
Like, and it's not even just, they do the anime things because somebody else is doing that Hunter x Hunter one. I'm like, it's a normal fucking game.
Yeah.
It looks super budget.
Right.
But it's a normal fighting game.
Here you go, VOD watchers.
No, the Wii U one that was released then was Ravens or something like that. Last Raven, maybe?
Is it? You sure?
Yeah, because this thing was never hit. This, like Chris was saying, this is only on PC.
Now, make these characters talk like they're an army of two and make their designs 30% worse, and that's how the Crystal Dynamics Final Fantasy would have looked.
That's it. That sounds pretty cool.
I played some other stuff.
Okay, let's talk about
that. Bo, Path of the Teal Lotus. It's B-O, and the O has a little line over it.
I ain't doing that.
It looks really cool. This is a Metroidvania game and highly inspired by Hollow Knight, but with Japanese mythology. So just imagine that in your head, and you probably have exactly what it looks like. You play the little fox spirit. Also, the NPCs, they have banjo speak, but instead of banjo noises, that's like shamisen and stuff like that.
Okay.
Huh.
It's kind of neat. It's kind of got that. It's going for a banjo-esque writing style too, where it's kind of goofy and fun. Which so far it's been landing pretty well without being like the force wall breaking bad writing. And the gameplay like loop around this is weirdly staying in air a lot more than you expect. Like when you attack an enemy or even a lot of objects in the environment, you'll bounce up from the attack, and you also get an extra jump.
Mm-hmm.
So the combat's a lot based around, okay, stay in midair and get a high air combo, and that fills a meter that will then you shoot a Daruma, like a little red statue out.
Mm-hmm.
And there's I think like a dozen different ones of these things. The demo only had one, but each of them has different power depending on how much you're charged up from this air combo. And then because it's a game made any time in the last decade, you have a Souls-like heal item you can use. Yeah. Their conceit for both of these meters, the air combo and your health, is a teapot that heats up. So as you heat it up, you can use it to either heal or to just power it up thing. It's pretty neat. I like the art. They have some interesting puzzle design where you actually like... There's these pill bugs that are armored, and you hit them around using your baseball bat.
Mm-hmm.
And they like can break through different parts of the environment. So it's a lot of, okay, I need to bounce him over here so I can get it to this location and use it to break this door open.
It's like the ice castle in Devil May Cry 4. Because you're hitting the enemy.
Kind of, I guess.
They get to
but the pill bugs are not enemies or anything.
Okay.
They're
just friends.
Yeah, they're friends,
Oh, okay.
but they're invincible friends.
Like the statue.
Yes.
So it's just like Devil May Cry 4.
Exactly. The whole game feels a little floaty. Like it doesn't feel quite how it is solid as I would like it to. And I didn't check if it's made on Unity, but that would explain it. And weirdly, this mechanic around the hitting things with your baseball bat is the unfortunately worst implemented one, because if a thing can be hit with your baseball bat, it both glows blue and it has a circle icon above it, like the button. So like imagine the B button on your Xbox controller, circle button on the PlayStation.
Yeah.
But that is always above it. So you don't know when you are in range of it to do this. So there's a boss fight entirely around using this and hitting them at the boss, and you're not sure exactly how close to it you need to be to use it, which becomes very frustrating. Hopefully they fix that. This game comes out pretty soon, though, so I kind of doubt that they will.
Okay.
But yeah, other than that, cool art style. A problem that I had early on this demo is, for some reason, a lot of these Metrovanias, I feel like you feel like you're in too big of a hallway. Like your character's pretty small, and the hallway is enormous. And it doesn't look right. I never have that problem with actual, like, Gigavanias, where everything looks like a designed environment.
Okay.
These look like just gigantic hallways. Which is
Isn't
weird.
that how Hollow Knight is?
Yeah, Hollow Knight also has that problem a bit. And I feel like it's been amplified here.
Chat, here's a little behind the scenes stuff. Every time I sign into our fucking podcast Discord's voice channel, Discord sets my status as chillin'. Only fucking Discord that does this.
I'm just chilling.
Why am I always chillin', chat?
I mean, are you not? Are you not likened to a frog in a beanbag chair looking at their phone?
I'm not feeling it today. I don't know. It just, I feel it's making me lie to all of my friends.
You know, I feel like if you would just engage with this great new mechanic Discord added like they intended, you wouldn't have this problem, this dissonance.
Aggro, level design aggro. The world's not ready.
No. I also played The Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak, because they put out
Oh, that
a
demo came out.
Yeah, which is save transfer to the full game, all that. It's just beginning of the game. It's a big demo. I didn't finish it. I don't think I will finish it. It's like, hey, you want to go ahead and jump right into this insanely long RPG right now? I was like, no, I don't. I want to give that a few
There's
weeks.
8 others this year.
Right?
There's 84 others this year. Evermore.
There sure are.
Yeah. It's so
God,
bad.
when does fucking Shin Megami Tensei come out?
Like in a
It's
week
like
and
a
a
couple of
half.
5
weeks?
days. Something absurd.
It's like the 12th or something. It's
yeah,
really
so
close.
6 days.
Yeah.
Something
God.
absurd.
Yeah, I need to
The
go get that
14th.
pre-ordered.
So
It's
next
the 14th,
Friday.
So next Friday. Okay.
You ready for the flop swap?
With what?
With the original.
No.
From the
Are you
chat.
gonna at least pick the new story?
Well, yeah, of course. We want to have the new story on
Okay.
one and the original on the other, and
Jesus.
chat gets
You-
to
you-
choose
should
which
you,
one we're in at all times.
It's just a suggestion.
Okay, yeah, I'm all ears.
Buy 2 versions of Vengeance, so even if you do the original story, so you don't have to deal with the Switch version.
That way the load times are good at all.
Right.
I don't know. People probably only want us to do the Switch version versus the new story. They don't want two of the new story.
See, you should buy it on. So you should buy one of the 2 versions on Xbox,
Uh-huh.
and then it'll do like that
Oh.
Simpsons gag where
Oh, no.
one copy of Al Gore's book is bought, and he throws a party in his office because he gets informed because that's never happened before. That'll happen at Atlas's office. Like, sir, someone finally bought one of our games on Xbox.
I could be making history. Chris is right.
Yeah, that's true. But you don't want to be trapped in that hole again, Dan. You don't.
Yeah, the last time I did that was Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah.
But hey, this is the DLC.
It is. It's
In
true.
a sense, so we're perfect.
But it could still
Yeah,
just run
it'll
bad.
it'll just run worse for no reason.
Yeah. Probably have more glitches. I don't know.
Why does that keep happening?
What do you think?
Well, probably because the Xbox version doesn't get fucking tested as much as any other version because they know fewer people are going to play it.
So Bob, you tried the demo for Trails of Daybreak?
Yes. That game looks pretty nice. They definitely have stepped up the visuals of the game, and it looks much higher quality than the previous games of this franchise, and even than the Ys games, which is nice.
Yeah, I remember when I finally saw the trailer for this, I was like, fuck, you mean Neon Falcom's making this?
Right?
Yeah, this is where they're like, we now have cheap motion capture.
And it maintains that look of theirs where it's like we use really high res textures but not super high res models, which it works out.
Yes, more things need to start you doing that, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of their textures are probably sourced because I still remember when Aggro Look Forward to This, where you'll see a character reading a newspaper in Trails of Cold Steel 3 or 4, and you can and now that those games are 1800p 60 on PS5. You can just look at it and be like, you can read the website URL they got the newspaper texture from because it's on there. It's like free newspaper textures from this website.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, of course we just use random libraries. This game has to come out,
Right, like who gives a shit?
right?
God, I wish there were more moments we could point into in Sony games where it's just like, and then they just use this because it was free. And that's funny.
No, nobody will care, and nobody will notice, and if they do, they'll think it's delightful.
Yeah, instead what we get is the Last of Us thing where it's like they stole this fucking map made for the New York subway system from this artist. It's like, oh, that's not the same.
No, it's not. Speaking of things in this, they're like, man, the budget sure is getting the game out.
Uh-huh.
The voice acting, you go like a good chunk of time with it having fully everyone's voiced.
Uh-huh.
And then it becomes so tantric, it's kind of funny. It's like half of this cutscene is voiced.
Yep.
Not even one half.
Just
The
different
beginning
parts.
and the end are voiced. And then whenever a new character shows up, they are voiced and no one else is.
Yeah, Aggro, they recorded 1 million more voice lines for Cold Steel 1 and 2 when they ported those over to PS4. They didn't do that for 3 and 4 because they're published by Nippon Ichi Software of America instead of Xseed. So please look forward to there being a lot less voice acting in Trails of Cold Steel 3 and 4.
I was wondering if the bottom was going to drop out.
Which I guess makes sense considering every one of these games has like 4 novels worth of text in it.
Aggro, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Harvestella do that thing Bob described where it's just like beginning of cutscene, fully voiced, disassociate, read text?
God, something like that. Like
Yeah.
they used. I mean, like some games will use voice acting. Like when you don't want to color the whole picture, you just kind of put a little bit in each part to suggest a little pastiche.
And it's really good when they then reuse that voice line that they did the suggestion with, so that way you get the same dude like hours apart going, but then that means.
Yeah, that feels like we're going to be seeing that a lot in here.
Hell yeah.
Which I had written the note of, hey, I wish that there was an auto text progression thing so I could just watch these like it's a video. And then it became clear very quickly why that wasn't an option, because like, oh, you don't need to read.
No, motherfucker, you're gonna read. We're asking you to hit this button.
Is it not in there again? Because like that was a thing in 1. It was not a thing in 2.
What a weird.
It is not a thing here.
What a weird thing to go back and forth on.
At least unless I haven't found it. Maybe
It might be there with one of the buttons. I feel like I did that a lot in 3 and 4, where it's like one button, and I would always accidentally hit it at some point. Be like, why is text auto advancing? Oh, because I accidentally tapped like one of the shoulder buttons in this cutscene.
People are saying it's R1.
Weird. Okay, great. I also had a moment where I thought it was hilarious. Midway through the demo, your characters get arrested. So your main girl character is taken into an interview, like an interrogation, with this character you don't see that much of. Like, her model does not look great. And I didn't really notice anything of it. And then, in the next cutscene, a character who looks almost identical to her, but has way more polygons, shows up. And I'm like, oh, that other person's deleted. They're never coming back.
That's fucking insane. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was like, I know it's just general similarities, like same hair lengths on a lady with the same hair color.
Yeah.
But it's like, dude, you showed up in the same scene. You deleted that other lady. I'm sorry. She's over.
Like the Trail series is funny specifically because especially the Cold Steel ones where it's like they take place at a school. There are no generic NPCs at that school. Every single student in the Cold Steel games is a unique design that even have character art in the art books.
Wow.
And like names and personalities and history that you can unlock by talking to them enough. And then you go find the characters that in the town that are NPCs and have no soul.
Which is, the town is filled with actual NPCs that have, like, all of them have names. It's kind of insane.
Huh.
Yeah, that's what Falcom always competes on. It's like, yeah, we just give like every single town NPC is a name. And Falcom is the insane one that it's like, okay, you did this dungeon, walk 3 towns back, everybody now has new dialogue. Every NPC now has new dialogue.
Oh my god, I'm scared this game
And
is
I
going
hope
to be.
you did it. Because one of those NPCs is going to hand you part 7 of 12 of a thing to collect to get the final weapon.
No!
Yeah, they reduce that later because the way it works for context is at the end of the game you will usually be able to get like up to 3 magic ores, and each ore can become the ultimate weapon of a specific character. And one is always a character being like, yeah, I really want this set of books. Do you have them? The only way to get certain ones is to talk to specific NPCs in narrow windows during the main story.
Cool.
I'm worried.
You should read those. Agro, do you read those books when you get them?
I never thought to try to open them. They're real?
Every book you collect is in like your data log thing. Some of them are just light novels. Like they sell light novels in this town.
Holy shit.
Jesus.
I'm worried that this game specifically is going to be a watershed moment in that they will become the new FromSoft, and this will just be another bizarre incident where a relatively smaller developer in Japan just had the title that got noticed.
Yeah, I feel like Falcom is prone for that sort of thing.
Happens. I hope that happens because we need the return of. We like this anime. We're just gonna put shit from this anime into our game.
I'm very excited because that means the next Ease will be the insane money Ease.
I mean, even the current next Ease is
insane
hilarious
compared to like all the others.
Right, because they do their pseudo Uncharted moment, but with no money, which is incredible.
Yeah, I love that.
I want to play that game so bad. That's probably going to be in my top 10.
Yeah, god damn, that's also this year.
Yes.
Fuck, dude. That might even be on top of Astrobot.
It probably is.
Yeah, because Astrobot's September, and I'm pretty sure that's September, October. Fuck.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll just shove it all down my mouth.
Yeah, no, I'm death streaming Astrobot day one.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and then you'll death stream it again the next day when I beat all your times.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of course. I need to know.
Sony's like, we took out the card system for this game because one, we forgot that feature existed. We promoted it at launch and then stopped supporting it entirely. And two, it kept making people self-harm.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sony's been contacted by the Japanese and American governments to stop leading people to self-harm through the system.
In the rest of these games, is there a weird conceit where you can go into any random basement and it's like, it's a dungeon? Literally, it is a dungeon under the city.
Wow.
Yes, in fact, every major city in every single one of these, not the biggest city in each of these games, not every city, but the biggest city in each of these games always has a dungeon under it that is the sewer system or an old set of tunnels or something, so they can put side quests down there.
Okay, because it's really funny. The first one I went into is just, it's an abandoned subway. Yeah, that's sure. No, that's normal. We can do that. I can live with that. We can have monsters down here because it's abandoned. The second one, literally the ancient ruins, is just an old-fashioned dungeon. That's like, the characters explain it away really quickly. Like, I guess if you think about it, it makes sense that it's down here. They literally say that.
Well, yeah, they're probably like, well, we built on top of this old thing.
Mm-hmm. It's like, but this is insane. You see that, right? We're just in a Ys level now. You see that, right?
So this is the dream
Honestly,
that
that
Diablo
sounds-
4 had, right?
That
you go
sounds
into the
more
fucking basement and it's a whole
than it
fucking
usually was.
dungeon.
Because Aggro has spent much time in the fucking sewers of that fucking city.
Oh yeah, I got to go back to those sewers in the second game.
And you'll go back to them again in the third game.
I believe
and
it.
in the fourth game.
God damn.
And in the fifth game, the Reverie, I think you go down there.
Like, honestly, I know that sounds really bad, but it's like, oh, hell yeah, I'm back here. Like, imagine being halfway through another 80-hour JRPG and revisiting nostalgic places you remember from before.
Yeah, you get to stop showing me that art.
Nah,
man.
he's
He
taking
has
my
the
place
fucking
on the podcast.
He has the chains. He has the fucking blades of chaos chains. Even.
God, he does.
Fucking Factor
God.
5.
Many arcade character, I don't know.
A little bit.
He looks like a character from like one of those mid-aught shows that want to be anime really hard but can't deliver at all.
Yeah.
Like he looks like a character who's in Generator Rex. or the seasons of Ben 10 where they're like teenagers.
Or Megas XLR.
Megas XLR didn't really look that anime. It referenced anime a lot though, because it's a big robot show.
Mm-hmm. The combat in this one's different because this is the first game where it's switching to this weird mix of action and turn-based.
Turn-based, yeah. I still don't understand how that works exactly. I'll have to play this demo.
Yeah, it's really weird. You can just activate turn-based battles whenever you want, and like in the middle of it, even encourages you to like hit the enemy a few times and get them to a stun state, because then you can go into turn-based and you do an extra attack to them and knock down their health more.
Is there a reason to not just beat them to death in action gameplay?
You don't get as much of an XP bonus, and they can hurt you a lot more quickly in action gameplay.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a neat system. Weirdly, they have a name for turn-based system. Like all this turn-based, non-turn-based stuff is in universe. They have something.
Oh, they frame it through the fucking orbment, don't they?
Yes. The orbment is there, and that uses something called shards. So they're always talking about, activate your shards, and then you can go into turn-based mode. It's really interesting, and even when you're in turn-based mode, you can walk your character around like the battlefield, and there are bonuses for like doing side attacks, or if you're standing next to another character, they'll do combo attacks. It's really weird, but it kind of works. I'm excited to see how it expands, because I've only had 2 characters, and it looks like 4 characters are going to be in the final like party size. See how that that works with having that many people around. And when you're doing the action combat, it seems like you don't have special moves. You only have like regular attacks. So you have dodging and regular attacking, and then you can switch characters on the fly. So you can do like, okay, this enemy's, you need to hit him with a magic attack. So you switch to the girl and she shoots an energy, and that hurts them. Yeah, I'm gonna need to play more and see how it works out, because it's a very strange system. They made a lot of the menus and stuff work really easily too. So you can like hit, I think, down on the D-pad, and it makes your mini map go full screen, and it also moves smoothly. Weirdly, it has this thing where you can lock it 30 frames per second if you want. I assume that the option is there for like a PS4 version, because it seems to run fine on the PS5. And is there a Switch version of this? I don't know.
I think so.
That feature's literally just for Richard Ledbetter.
Yeah. Yes.
Let me see. Yeah, there's a Switch version.
Okay.
Yeah, like Falcom like resisted a little bit and was like, we better fucking get this shit on Switch.
What a thought. Would people really just
it took
realize...
it took a long time to come to Switch though. Like their stuff is usually staggered where it takes a while to come to Switch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why exactly.
But I bet it still sells once it goes there.
Probably.
I'm very excited for the Switch 2 to not be an absolute bear to fucking develop for, because it's so underpowered.
I imagine that's part of it, because I'm pretty sure it's because they cranked the resolution way too fucking high. But on PS4, even PS4 Pro, Trails of Cold Steel 3 and 4 ran kind of bad. But I'm pretty sure it's like, we can go to 4K. We don't need frames. It's a turn-based RPG.
You know, some people have that belief, and they're free to have them, because this is America. They're in America, right? Nihon Falcom.
Yes. What's Nihon mean?
Dragon Slayer 4 is the name it came over as, right? It's so crazy to be like, I've literally been playing these fuckers' games my entire fucking life, but I haven't played any of them made by them in the last fucking 15 years.
I was like, did you play any of the more modern Ys games?
No, that PSP version of Ys 3 ported to PC is the most recent Nihon Falcom game I've ever played.
Jeez.
So what is that, 2007? Maybe 2006?
Man, you're gonna die when you have to do East month leading up to East 10.
I'm so excited. Like, no shit.
It's gonna be like, yeah, we did 4 games in one stream. This game will take 4 streams.
Right, yeah. No, that's how it's gonna go.
Yeah. Something I didn't comprehend is how modern the universe is in this. Like, it is fully modern day. They have cell phones. Yeah. They have cars. Which I knew it's
with the addition. It's not totally modern, because the cell phones are a thing that only the main characters have.
In this city,
unless it progressed even more, because that's another thing. It's like we started at like 1890 and have been speed running the 20th century. Like, that's the overarching plot of this game.
Yeah, it seems like we are now very much like, I guess the main characters in this are a student and a guy who's obviously a cool dude. Who has
he's a geohound, like the main character of Grandia 2. Like, he's it's like, yeah, he's a cool mercenary, man.
Yeah, he's even like, he knows the other cool mercenaries, but they're his rivals. Like, he doesn't work with them because he's cooler than them.
Anime is so fucking cool.
So I forget what the guy in this is called, but there's like 4 different kinds of mercenary in this universe. There's Jaegers, who are the evil mercenaries who will take any job and like they'll kill people. There's bracers.
Yeah, bracers are the one that he's.
Bracers are the ones who work in conjunction with a guild that works with the government, and that's like a private citizen goes to them and is like, "Can you find this guy who's missing, or can you find my cat, or like, can you stop this terrorist attack?"
People are saying Van Arkwright is a Spriggan.
But that's his own thing. But that doesn't seem like it's a group. That seems like that's his nickname.
I think that's like the categorization.
It's like
of
fucking
his,
Ash.
job.
They're like, "Do you mean Pokemon trainer?" He's like,
Pokemon
Master, Pokemon Master. And they're like, "What does that mean?" And he's like, It means something so much bigger."
A Spriggan. Trails is so cool.
But yeah, we have big screen TVs now.
Yeah,
like
widescreen
Jumbotrons.
and everything,
Yeah,
right?
like like it's like New York.
Yeah.
Like we have gigantic screens out there on their buildings.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I guess they sped things up a lot because in Trails of Cold Steel 4, like World War II happens.
Spoilers for World War II, aggro.
Yeah, no, I had no idea anything like that was brewing based in the world building.
Yeah, it's almost they definitely don't make what's gonna fucking happen kind of obvious.
Yeah, and this is the first one of these I've played. I feel like you really don't need the backstory of all these other games.
Yeah.
but
No, you don't.
But a lot of times it's like, man, you sure are going on a long time about this guy.
Yeah,
I guess
he's
that's
Paul
important.
shit ass the cum commander.
He's the president of the United States.
I'm excited to have my Xenoblade 3 moment with this game where I'm like, it's amazing. It's so beautiful. It easily makes my top 10. And then people go, you going to play the old ones? And I go, no.
So yeah, that game is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited. What a fucking year for RPGs.
Yeah, and this gem system or whatever is going on with your orb net is just so many things.
With your orb net?
Yeah, it's
Orb
a whole
mint.
Thing. Orb mint.
Okay. I was like, orb net?
It's
That's
digital.
also a thing. That's also a thing, Dan. The orb net is also a thing. It's called the Orbal Network. It's their version of the internet.
Oh my God. I want to go orb line.
Where every character has their own AI that has their own cute little animal person, whatever, talks to them.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, I don't.
Previous games you could only play a really bad clone of Puyo Puyo.
This sounds like a oh man, what's the name of Steel Lancer Arena International's predecessor on the Xbox original?
Phantom Crash.
Phantom Crash. Yeah, this sounds like Phantom Crash. You got those AIs in the net.
A little bit like that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so this game is pretty neat. And that is everything I played.
Hey, Aggro, what you been playing?
I got to play me a little bit of Nightmare Cart. Came out on Steam today.
I thought about it.
You should think about it. It's pretty neat. It's a cute little thing. It's super PS1. The first screen of the game lets you turn off that CRT filter and actually see the game.
Thank God.
Good.
Did you play Ring Racers? Sorry, for anyone who's uninitiated. Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers?
I did not.
Okay. I want to play both of these. Tell me more about Nightmare Cart.
I mean, it's for anyone who's aware of the game at all, you know that it was Bloodborne Cart, and then he ripped all the labels off and made stuff look a little different.
They're like, hey, you're stealing our game. And he's like, 1 second, I noticed the serial number was on the box instead of the device itself. Let me just swap boxes.
But yeah, it's a lady.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Don't know anything about the dev.
You can tell because they love Bloodborne. That's
All right,
a female coded trait.
Take that at face value.
You should take everything I say. It never question me in any way.
I cannot advise this strategy.
There's one mechanic in it that I was fascinated to learn. Like, in addition to doing the little hop to drift like you can in Mario Kart, you hit the brake at the same time as you're accelerating in a direction, and that'll let you turn rather swiftly while reducing speed. You can just keep hitting that, and you will turn in place really fast.
Huh.
Which makes those smaller battle arenas that Mario Karts do sometimes work a whole hell of a lot better.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was a thing in Mario Kart that I never learned to do.
No.
Yeah. It works real well in this game. I also, every time I beat a level, it gives me another melee weapon, and I don't know how to use them and haven't found the button, or they're just stats, because they all have a different balance of damage and stamina.
Okay, yeah.
So it may just be equipment that they called melee weapon, and that's not how you should do that. But so far I've gotten in there, done a couple of races, had a race against, and then battle arena boss fight with whatever the guy who's not Father Gascoigne is.
Good.
It is charming as all get out. Like you drive through these little white points that you get, like, from stuff items, how they look sometimes, to get power ups, and you get a shotgun or you get the hunter's pistol, and you can move the camera 45 degrees and it'll do a little bit of auto aim on your enemies, or then you can get a Gatling gun, or it'll just strap to the front of your cart and you have to aim your cart to aim the stream of bullets flying out of it. It's real nice. It's real cool. It's one of those fan games where, like, oh, that idea is really neat, and then you play, you're like, oh wait, no, this is actually fun. What the shit?
Yeah, watching that trailer, it seemed really cool. And by that trailer, I mean somebody cut gameplay footage to, what was it, Power Man 5000 or something.
Hell yeah!
I was like, no, this is fucking perfect. Oh man, no, it was Rob Zombie. It was Rob Zombie. Yeah, Super Beast. Pretty sure. Yep.
Would it not be Dragula?
Dragula. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
Playing all these.
This is so fitting. And it was stolen before. Is this an official account that made it? I just needed to check. I was too curious. Anyways, go ahead, Agro.
Racing around in these ornate high gothic carts reminded me of, like, I need a new Mod Nation Racer so bad. It reminded me of the death train I made in that game, and I got real sad because I can't access that anymore.
I to this day just go, man, Sony really shouldn't have let that dev go, make a Sleeping Dogs MMO and die. Because what was that thing called? Triad Wars? I don't know. Is that the name of the
Wars, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I think it's so stupid that Sony didn't build experience with a single developer to make another new franchise.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, was Sony involved with them at all?
Mod Nation Racers is made by the people who left, because they went make a Little Big Planet one, and it's like, that's kind of not building on the energy of the original. That's, you shoved a different coat of paint on it and go, the idiots will buy this. And then no one bought that, so then they went off and did. They were making Sleeping Dogs at the same time as Little Big Planet karting, and then they went off and made Triad Wars, which bombed.
So while we're talking about it, for the record, every time I, in rightness and justice, say, man, I wish there was a new Mod Nation Racers, the incorrect response is to say any goddamn thing about Little Big Planet karting.
Yeah.
But no one knows that that's where they were buried.
Yeah, it's... Even as not a big fan of Mod Nation, was like, you sort of just soul suck it.
I love both Mod Nation and Little Big Planet, and that game is still just the most. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. No, trying to make that the mascot PlayStation was a mistake.
I don't even know that they were trying to do that. They just went, well, this game is also creating stuff, so make it into that other game that's about creating stuff. And it's like, holy shit, that is not the correct choice at all.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing here? Fuck. Jesus Christ. Well, and now they have 0 games that are about making your own thing.
Which is really weird, because Sony was so much about that for a long while.
Well, for a bit.
Yeah.
Like 5 years.
Yeah, it lasted
maybe.
Like
end to end.
It was supposed to last until Dreams came out, and then Dreams took like 100 years to come out.
Yeah. I was like, if you include all of the dev time of Dreams.
Right?
Yeah, I think it was Mark Healy, but it could have been the other co-founder. Did you hear that they were originally like, I had considered making it a Little Big Planet game?
I know.
And I'm like, yeah, that would have helped with literally everything that went wrong.
Yeah.
Literally every last thing that went wrong with Dreams would have probably been solved by the pill that was just make it Little Big Planet, because now you have something to make a story mode based on. You have a marketing angle for it. You have an image. No one knows what Dreams is.
Yeah. No, but...
Yep.
Anyway, please look forward to our Little Big Planet karting death stream. Dr. Agro is going to join.
Unlike regular death streams where you play the video game for a long time, Dan boots up Little Big Planet karting in my presence, and I kill him. Enjoy watching him scanners explode live on stream.
Fun fact, since I will be dead, I'm going to take out a credit card and buy the $15,000 12K camera so we can film it in the highest resolution and frame rate possible. I don't want my exploding head to be horribly compressed by YouTube and these piddly streaming codecs. However, Bob, I think you uploading that video is committing several crimes, actually.
Probably,
so
yeah.
You're probably going to prison for this one, my friend. But if you don't do it, you won't honor my death.
In less felonious news, I also got to play a very little bit of Sushi Ben.
Ooh. Oh, shit!
Something that happens very early in that game that caught me way off guard, a realization. I think this is the first VR game I've played where a character looked at me.
Really?
With like a human face. Like the other games I played have had NPCs, but like in Seventh Guess, they're staring off into space or they're looking at each other. Yeah. In Paper Beast, it didn't have any eyes that were discernible. In every other game, the NPCs were just sort of looking straight ahead.
Interesting.
So when you start this game and you're on a train and you move from one car to the next, and there's a dude sitting in the back of that car staring at you, tracking you as you move, I was straight up shook. Like, oh God, why am I having a physiological response to this?
Yeah, it doesn't help that that dude looks like a JoJo.
Yeah, just straight up a JoJo.
Grandpa Joestar. That's interesting. In case you didn't know, in VR chat, everyone always makes eye contact with you, unless people have. I think if your headset has eye tracking, you can enable that, and then it will manually, per person who has that, right, do it for them. But elsewise, it just defaults to you.
Is there like a distance filter on that, or is just everything as far as the eye can see, everyone, regardless of whether you're interacting with them, is staring at you?
I assume that there's a degree of being off from their head, right? Because as I can recall, I don't remember anyone ever doing this.
If they're pointing their face at you, it's just making the minor adjustment to get the eyes looking at you. Okay.
Yeah, which it looks cool there and it works.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's really surprising. I'm wondering if VR chat is why I'm so used to that, or if there's some other game I should be listing here where they make eye contact.
I thought they did in the Horizon game, but I don't remember.
Yeah, you know, they do, but they seem like half-sized people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's not even because aggro's big. Those people just seem weirdly small. You can go back to our stream, and I was talking about, like, Aloy's so fucking short. What the fuck happened? They placed the camera like I was
half the animals are machines. They don't get a lot of protein.
Oh, damn. So what you're saying is Abby could come in and dominate the whole planet, as is true of every video game universe ever.
I mean, yeah, I'm thinking you just set her down in the middle of the Sundom and she'll be king in a week.
God, ain't that the fucking truth? That would actually be sick as shit. You need something to do with your third Horizon game? That's not a bad idea. What? It's just Abby's descendant or whatever.
Oh, okay. Not an isekai situation.
I mean, she could have been frozen. Who knows? I don't know any concrete details that prevent both The Last of Us and Horizon occurring on the same timeline.
I'm sure there's a lot.
There are many.
I feel like there's some way you can write it.
Then the zombie apocalypse happens, and then everything builds back up, and Silicon Valley shows up again.
Yeah, they were like, well, we cured it. We're good. Nope, capitalism, damn.
Great you.
So in Sushi Ben,
yeah,
you like you said last week, you've got an Animal Crossing style story where you move to a new town. I grew up watching anime in the 90s, so anime from the 80s and 90s, and I was not. Your boy was not emotionally prepared to get off a train at an old style Japanese train station, be met by an eccentric landlady, be taken to the old style 2-story small Japanese apartment, like past the big mountain highway wall at the base of the shrine stairs. I was not ready to handle any of that happening in VR. And I may have immediately developed a horribly depressive complex about my real life now that I've had a taste of getting that close to paradise.
I'm going to go ahead and say VR chat isn't for you, my friend, because I'm not ready for the
this is
other layers that might occur there.
This is going to turn into a stop at Willoughby real fucking quick.
The vibes of that game are superb, and I really wish I were better at conveying that in a way that didn't sound exactly as you just conveyed it.
Yeah, no, that's the only way to do it. I had to throw myself on that one.
It is fantastic. It's such a lovable place with such great citizens. Even the villains are delightful. You probably have seen the gifs of the boss lady who walks on the backs of her peons to get across the room and look down upon you.
And she had a long way to walk up. I'm like 6'3" or something. So until I met the muscle mommy fisherman, who was the first character on my eye level, I'm walking around these, like, I'm a giant American walking around these tiny Japanese buildings. So when the villains show up with like 6 dudes and they're like, haha, we're doing Metabot's villain shtick, I'm like, you guys need to go get more dudes. Like, when you're passively watching the story happen, it's one thing. When you're standing in the room, I'm me. So I'm thinking, this isn't going to happen because none of you are up to the task.
Ben's great. Did you expect the game Sushi Ben to have a guy named Ben who makes sushi?
No, I assumed this was some particle or word I didn't know.
Right?
It's just a guy named Ben.
It's just a guy named Ben who's like, my sushi master left. I don't know how to do dick. I'm so screwed. It's great because every time you enter his shop, like the possessed, what is it again? The name of that spirit? Sukumoji?
Sugigumo?
Sure. Let's go with that. Anyways,
It's some of those syllables in some order.
Sukumogami. Yeah.
Okay.
So it busts down the fucking sliding doors and throws them out of the way. And Ben's just inside being like, why are you here? Leave me alone.
Looking at all these great character designs thinking, man, maybe all those people with that horrible brain sickness for Mega Man Legends have a point.
We do.
Yeah.
We're just right. That's
It
our
is a style
sickness.
that there should have been more of.
Yeah, no, it looks superb. It's really great. It was pretty funny seeing one of the reviews for this game. It was just like, the graphics are really rudimentary. Motherfucker sitting here looking at fucking art and being like, oh, this should have more polygons.
Right.
They should have used more paint.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that some indie devs are coming back to it because it is really great looking.
It is. It's a superb art style. I really like the manga cut-ins, like I was talking about last week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really
Like
good.
being able to because you're not in control of the camera, but you know where the character is standing. Being able to use manga panel cut-ins like furigana for out loud speech is really, really powerful.
It is.
Like, person mentions something, panel of thing. Yes, I need that's the killer app. That's why those Apple glasses failed. That was not the first thing they allowed you to do.
Not the $4,000 price tag?
No, I would pay $4,000 to be able to have immediately on trigger words manga panels of things to which I am referring pop up in someone's field of view.
Breasts. Wow.
You're welcome.
This is the future. So have you gotten to the fishing? Yeah, you just talked about you met the fisherman mommy.
Mm-hmm.
Fisherman muscle mommy. Sorry, got to say the full name. Did you catch any bugs?
Yeah, I did the fishing. I did the bug catching. I dealt with a wig crisis.
I unfortunately didn't get to play any Sushi Ben in the last week, but I did throw some axes, so that was pretty neat. We went axe throwing.
Nice.
Yeah. And also Top Golf, and yet again I have fucking bruised my hand doing Top Golf. I need golf gloves, apparently. Fucking.
But that's all I've been playing.
Okay. Hey Chris, what you been playing?
I'm gonna be completely real. I have not played shit that I didn't talk about last week, but I will talk about them slightly.
Okay.
First of all, I got to the level cap in Mists of Pandaria Remix. It doesn't take very long, for the record. Because they want you to do it with 80 different characters, which I won't be doing. I've started getting real strong. I thought I was starting to become him, and then I got paired with a guy who had 12 million hit points. I had 600,000. So he had 20 times the health of me.
Oh my God.
So I learned quickly that I was not him and would probably never be him, considering that guy was probably grinding 12 hours a day every single day.
That is some tanks walking into Kata for the first time shit.
When the power scaling becomes like Disgaea. Yeah, it's a little weird.
Yeah, and to Blizzard's credit, it doesn't seem like they're going to cuck out and be like, no, you can't trivialize this inherently temporary thing. There has to be something resembling. You can't just touch the strongest thing from this expansion and it die instantly. We have to take away your power, even though the entire point of this was to let you have power. So it doesn't seem like they're going to do that. So that's good. I also played more of the Thousand Year Door remake. They are fixing parts of it. For example, Chapter 4. If you've never played Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, here's how Chapter 4 goes. You run all the way across the level.
Yep.
Then you run all the way back.
Yep.
Then you run all the way back to there again.
Yep.
Then you run all the way back.
Yep.
Then you run all the way back there one final time.
Yep, and they kept it the same, right, Chris? Because if I have to talk to any human who's ever played the Thousand Year Door remake, and I say, there's a lot of padding in the Thousand Year Door,
Yes,
and they
but
go,
no.
I don't think so, I'm gonna kill them.
Yes, but no. You still have to do that, but after you have completed 3, so you go to the end, you come back, and then you go to the end again, and it just unlocks a pipe. So it cuts 40% of the backtracking out, but not all of it.
That's still, like, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a lot. That is not a small distance to walk.
No. But now you only have to do it 3 times instead of 5.
Appreciated. Frankly.
I think they also reduced how long it takes to get into the fights in the Glitz Pit chapter.
Cool.
So it does, and they, like I said last week, they added the fast travel room.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they are taking steps to alleviate some of that.
Bob,
Yeah.
hearing this right now, I would feel like an absolute fucking rube for playing that game last year if I also fell for the trap of playing Luigi's Mansion 2 last year. But I didn't, so I don't feel like an absolute fucking rube.
Right, it's fine.
It's fine that we didn't wait and didn't know that they were gonna.
Yeah, you had no way of knowing this was gonna fucking come out or be announced. That was impossible. At the time, they hadn't even announced the Mario RPG, I don't think. Or maybe they had.
At the time of Luigi's Mansion 2 and us going, fuck that, we're waiting, they had announced that one. They didn't announce the other one.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't announce the other one till I feel like pretty late last. Till
We gotta
after.
talk about this because it's come up on a bunch of Friday streams, and it feel like it's come up in a lot of conversations between us and Chris and Aggro, but it has not come up on Big Think all that much. Sony is trying to do the Nintendo strategy of not really announcing things far in advance, but the problem is they don't have a shitload of titles always coming out. And
Yeah,
they take
Nintendo
too long
has
to make.
Nintendo has like a new game coming out like at least one a month.
So it's like the difference between a girlfriend who likes to surprise you with like presents every once in a while and a girlfriend who goes missing for like months at a time.
Yeah.
The strategy does not work when you have 2 games a year.
Yeah, no, and I feel like too much of the industry is trying to lean into this, and it's like it makes the industry feel dead. Like just
It
completely,
does, yeah. It
like,
kind of
what's
makes it
ahead in the future. Nothing.
Nothing. It's literally no one's making. I'm looking ahead. There's no games past December.
It needs to be. We're making the thing, then it goes away. Then it goes. Here's the thing. It's 6 months or less away. And then you go. Here's a trailer. It's about to be out. That is the ideal marketing cycle for a game.
Right. Instead, we hear about Concord for years, and then they give us a joke trailer barely a year in advance, like less than a whole year in advance. So we just have to go the sandwich game for fucking 5 months.
Yeah.
And then we get to go, oh, it's fucking Guardians of the Galaxy is fucking Overwatch. What the fuck?
Do you think originally it was like a fucking 8-track, and they're like, people will think it's actually related to Guardians of the Galaxy if it's like a Walkman?
Oh my god.
I would fucking that would be so. People would have done the fucking YouTube analysis videos with the red circle. The secretly just fucking Guardians of the Galaxy, you moron.
God.
Anyway.
But yeah, I'm excited to see if because just by having the fast travel room, it cuts all the backtracking out of Chapter 7, where you have to go across the entire fucking world. So I'm wondering if they're gonna do that at all to Chapter 5, where you have to run back and forth across the fucking island a bunch of times.
Oh yeah, that
Was 5 when I was at the Taco Bell?
maybe, yeah, because I remember playing a good chunk of it.
For anyone who doesn't know, I was legendarily banished to a Taco Bell while a riot nearly broke out for damn near an hour during that death stream.
That was that.
Yeah.
Man, I'm rediscovering that, like, power lift is just the most broken move in the game.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because that is the star power you get after Chapter 3, which is like it throws up a 3x3 grid, and it throws up red arrows, blue arrows, and poison arrows. Not poison arrows, but poison mushrooms. And you fill a meter, and every time you fill a meter by getting one of the colors of arrows, like hitting enough of them, you get 1 attack or 1 defense for 3 turns. And I'm really good at it, so I can just get 4 of both each time. And that affects your partner too. So I just walk in like, okay, turn 1 of this boss fight, +4 attack, +4 defense. You can't hurt me. Now you're going to die the second I touch you. I'm going to have Yoshi do his ground pound, and he does 15 damage. You probably had 40 health or less. I am excited to finish it. I've learned that there are multiple bonus bosses that were not in the original game, just like
the
Super Mario Brothers remake. I mean, Super Mario RPG remake.
Yeah, they're really smart over at Nintendo. I bet The Last of Us Part 1 didn't have extra bosses.
It would be very weird, but I
So
kind of
good.
hope they do. I kind of hope they remake the original too. If they could give it music, that would help.
Yep.
There's a lot of new music in this, because you get the like I said, every character has their own theme song now, and you get the new remix of the battle theme in every chapter.
I feel like remaking the first one's weird though, because there's so much of that that's just like we're retreading Mario RPG specifically. So I don't know.
But it'd still sell a bunch of copies.
It would. Hopefully, this is enough to be like, hey, let's make a new one like this.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Well, this is the test. This is
Right.
This is going to be which one lives and which one dies. Like I said on Gamer Premonitions.
Yes.
Well, I'm really fucking elated that I'm getting tested so often. You know, Furiosa was probably a test too, and I think America failed that one.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't be gone for 9 years and then expect people to come see your prequel.
Yeah. No, it shouldn't take 7 years to make a prequel.
Yeah,
Nine.
not when it's
9.
Was it 9? I thought it was 7. I
9.
thought Fury Road was 2017.
2015.
Yeah, it shouldn't take that long to make it a prequel that's so directly related. Like,
And it wasn't even COVID, because I don't even think they had, like, it wasn't like they had gotten started and then COVID. Like, they didn't even start to make headway till after COVID.
Yeah, and it's really bizarre because, like, Furiosa, the concept of like, hey, people like this new character, we should develop them more and give them their own film, is the cynical movie to make. So it's really weird to be like, I worked really hard, and after 9 years of begging and shouting and crying, I got my movie made. My movie is the cynical thing you do from here. And I'm like, ooh, all right. I don't think this is big, important news, but apparently they dropped all the Game Boy Mega Man games on the Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack, so that's dope.
That's cool.
Yeah, more people can play 5, and then the price will go down.
Yeah, I was like, everyone can play these kind of bad games.
I love many of them. In fact, I may love all of them, because in 5, there's a cat boy who says, I'm cat, punish me, meow.
He doesn't actually say that.
He totally said that. We covered it on
Hey,
video.
you know,
He totally said that.
you
Yeah,
know,
what's up?
Dan, now that they're on Switch,
Fuck. Yeah.
you could do a Mega Man Game Boy flop swap.
Oh my god, with all 5. Oh my god.
I mean, we could technically do that with this. Wait, no, I guess with some Vista we'd lose the state.
Yeah, you'd lose. So you could use the Mister, the Switch. Dan can buy the stupid dock for the Analog Pocket. I'm sure you have 2 other things that can play Game Boy games somewhere.
No, I definitely don't have a GameCube with a Game Boy player attachment and a Game Boy Advance that's been consoleized. I don't own either of those. So
That's
stop
good.
asking. Or a Super Game Boy 2 to shove in the Super
Don't you have
NT.
a Super NT?
Yeah. I mean, no.
Yeah, so looking forward to next May. Looking forward to Mega May.
Mega Man, the Game Boy games. Which one? All of them at once. Ah!
Well, yeah. Yeah, the first week is a flop swap between as many of the classic Mega Mans as you can manage. The second is as many X games as you can manage.
Yeah. Oh, gross. That's
The
like
third
half
is,
fucking garbage.
yeah.
Ugh.
The third is Game Boy, and then the fourth can be as many spin-offs as you can possibly manage.
One moment, we're gonna do all the Battle Network games simultaneously. Hard cuts to us asleep.
Right?
God, doing a flop swap
we'll
of even
do-
2
we'll-
Battle
we'll
Networks
flop-
would be the worst.
We'll flop swap the Mega Man Zero games. It's like hour 4, and it's like, we're still reading intro dialogue. There's 6 of these guys. That's a lot of Inti Creates writing we have to get through.
I've been told they're very cool.
They're a little bit cool. They're a little bit cool.
Chat's saying we're gonna love this guy that we've already seen betrays us because he did it in a later game. Oh my god.
But that's everything I played.
Oh,
I
okay.
only played those 2 things.
Coming up, for anyone who doesn't know, we have the Summer of Gaming. Woo! Summer Game Event schedule is posted in the GigaBoots fan Discord. You can access that by typing !Discord or following the link in the description, which should have it on the VOD. Anyway, and that has it auto-converted to your time zone. Very fancy. That's going to be us covering the Future Games Showcase, the Devolver Digital Direct, the Wholesome Direct, Summer Games Fest itself, the Xbox Games Showcase, the Call of Duty Showcase,
The PC game show.
the PC Gaming Show, the PC Gaming Show. Should I say now what the premonition I cut was?
Sure.
Or should I say it at the opening of the PC Gaming Show?
Oh my god.
I have to wonder because day 9 is in the thumbnail for Gamer Premonition Summer Game Events, and people who paid attention might have noticed that motherfucker doesn't come up once in any of that.
No, not even once.
Not even once. You know what? I'll save it.
All right.
So look forward to the PC Gaming Show, where I will tell you what the cut premonition was about day 9. And by cut, I mean I literally making the thumbnail. I go, Bob, did I even say this? And he goes, what? No. What? What do you? Day 9 didn't come up, Dan. And I'm like, well, he's in this fucking thumbnail, so I'm curious if I said it. No, Dan, yet again, you have not. Aside from that, we're going to be busy all weekend doing that, so I think it's reasonable but to assume, but I'm going to ask Chris anyways. Hey, Chris, are you streaming anything this weekend?
Yeah, the Summer of Gaming on this channel.
There you go.
There's also Ubisoft Forward on Monday. Get excited.
Yep, I'm so excited for all that. At least they were like, yeah, we're not putting service games in this. They're all relegated to the hellhole
Right.
beforehand.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like, what do they fucking have coming out? They have that Star Wars game and
They have Star Wars. They have Assassin's Creed Shadows or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they announced that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I guess they can show that Prince of Persia remake finally, because it seems like they're pushing Prince of Persia real big.
Yeah, they already released that Prince of Persia roguelike.
Yeah, it's an early access. Came out
and so
at
they
the
can
beginning
show
of May.
it. They'll probably show it again and be like in early access now, or announce its actual release date.
And then
because big companies don't keep things in early access that long compared to like an indie dev. Like I can't see this being in early access next year.
I don't want to wish this. I'm not wishing this into the world. I'm wondering. To me, it seems like that game is already not taking off. I've never seen anyone talk about it. Jeff Gerstmann playing it is the only time I've seen someone outside of myself give a shit.
Yeah, I don't know what it is that just isn't working for people.
Yeah, maybe it's a skeleton.
Yeah,
maybe it just isn't fun. I don't know, but
they could show Assassin's Creed Jade, which is that open world China one on mobile.
Yeah, I was like, that's going to be mobile though, so it's not. I feel like it's not.
Ubisoft don't care. Ubisoft don't care.
Yeah,
I forgot that was on mobile.
Yeah.
We heard that the Division 3 is coming. I don't know if they'd consider that a service game, but that might just be the ones that we already know. Or that pre-show. I don't think they would announce a new one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing Matt O'B in chat say that that Prince of Persia roguelike only has 2 hours of content, so it's really, really light.
Wow, so that'll be in early access for a while, I bet.
Or it won't. They just made something bad. And they talked about the Splinter Cell remake that they started development on in 2021.
Okay.
Holy shit. Yeah, isn't that the one they no. Wait, that was Beyond Good and Evil remake that they accidentally gave to people.
Yeah, that's what they accidentally gave to people. Which they are
definitely
so
we can see that too.
Yeah, I bet that's going to be a stealth drop again, because technically it was last time already.
Yes.
So assuming they didn't just lie, and this show will be full of service garbage. This will probably be the best showcase that Ubisoft has had in a decade.
Mm-hmm. Very possible.
Yeah, because wasn't even the Beyond Good and Evil 2, hey, what's up? I'm Celebrity Man. Give us your free content. Isn't this so empowering? Wasn't it even that 7 years ago? And that was like the beginning of awful Ubisoft conferences?
The initial, like the very first time we saw it, it was still like, people thought it was being crowdfunded at the same time. Because remember, Shenmue 3's crowdfunding campaign was announced on stage at Sony's thing in 2016, I think it was. Might have been 2015. I think it was 2016 though.
Chat, the only Joseph Gordon-Levitt shadow drops I want is him dropped by a shadowy organization out of a helicopter live on Ubisoft stage.
Jesus.
I know.
What's wrong with Joseph Gordon-Levitt?
He was the one who was like, hey, isn't it great? We're getting free content from you and it's really empowering you. So give them free content. And I'm like, oh man, you sure are the face of evil right now.
He doesn't he's just an actor. We can't blame unless they come back more than once.
Ain't nobody said that for Pele. Nobody's like, oh, it's just Pele. Give him some fucking room.
Unless they come back more than once. If you're only there once, you're excused.
Everyone's like, Pele, get off the stage. We want you dead. And I'm like, no, he's Pele. Pele love.
What? Okay, it was not Pele that headbutted the guy, right?
No.
That was Zidane. That was God. What is his surname?
Oh yeah, and John Juando in chat points out that wasn't just a thing he was the face of. That was his company, Joseph Gordon-Levitt's company.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I haven't seen him in movies in a very long time. I wonder if.
It's okay. They're gonna do the Robin movie in the Batman Nolan universe.
Look, I'll take it.
No, I won't. Fuck that. The Batman was too good.
You know what, Bob? I said when they were like, the next Mad Max is about Furiosa's backstory, I said, I'll take it. And after my fucking experience with that, I'm like, I'm done taking it. I'm done. There's no compromising anymore with anyone anywhere about anything. I've become radicalized.
Why wasn't the Furiosa movie a sequel?
That would have been sick.
Why?
Yeah, that was a good question. Then they wouldn't have had to recast.
Yep. Anyway, I'm sure people enjoy Furiosa. I'm not among them. Anyway, but Kojima liked it. Thank you, Chad. Don't bring up the
Okay.
next Beverly Hills Cop movie. Dude,
Let Podlords.
Podlords. Thank you. Thank you, Podlords, for saving me from the fact they're making a new Beverly Hills Cop movie. It looks so bad.
It's gonna be great.
No, it's not. Why are you like
They bring back Bad Boys as well. Why don't we just do a crossover?
Bob, shut the fuck up.
Sure.
Shut the fuck up. They are listening.
Thank you,
Hey.
Aggro.
I love Beverly Hills Cop. I would happily take a Beverly Hills Cop Bad Boys crossover.
Let's. Why are the Podlords so small? There we go. This is the Podlords. Yes, that's right. It's the Podlords. Podlords such as BN12, Red Blaze 27, Suzu Shiro, Rado, 101 Shades of Wonderful Remastered. For no apparent reason, here's Donald Trump getting stunned by Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Perennial favorite.
My face when people will be pretty normal about totally be pretty normal about Chainsaw Man on the brand formerly known as Twitter this week.
Yep.
DFW 3K Muckbun. Me on my way to buy Dan a treadmill. See, they want it, Bob. They crave the VR on treadmill experience. Oh my god. Kristen. Mana Yud Sushai. This is Delta. She's a pure soldier who can't act like a civilian.
Noted.
Cool.
Okay.
Cooper Tank. It's time to chug multiple mid-game conferences and filler! Yes!
Oh man, the rough edit making it look like a slight halo is just delicious.
It's really killing me here too, because it looks like his face has a beautify filter on it.
And it looks like somehow he added a lazy eye as well.
The glow just makes it look like you didn't put the hair on entirely correctly, so his bald head is like clipping out behind it.
Wig? Indigo Sykes. Mocha and the girls say, "Happy birthday, Dan." Oh. Gaijine's cousin tricked his family into going on vacation by getting married. See you in 2 weeks if Scarl keeps on drumming.
Ominous.
Shinji16 would like you to try the demo for Tactical Breach Wizards, an amazing indie 5 years in the making.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that yet this year.
It's gotta be here by the end of the week, right? A raccoon that really hates getting up early to watch these events. Mood.
Man, it's so light haired that it's weird looking. Like it looks almost like a dog.
Coming soon, the Dune in Mad Max Fury Road / Furiosa Death Stream featuring Flop Swap technology. Bob, we're gonna get sued into the earth.
Yeah, right?
Why did we do this?
Why did we do this?
Why did we do this?
You guys are dumb.
Oh no! If only someone could have told me sooner. Gentlemen, we need to find a new ROM site that everyone needs to know of and have nobody talk about it.
For the record, the reports of it being shut down, it is not true. That was just a guy cloud chasing on Twitter.
The rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
Also, if you need, there's this little site that already got sued by a guy who writes really, really badly. That site has all the ROMs you need if you go
What?
looking for them on it.
There's some sort of archive on the internet? Amazing. Sarah Lean, Timothy Pfister, Bearded Joe, Krungle Spum, Pleocrum, Yoon Ilara. I don't think they meant to keep the image, but I wanted to show that they had the image and the name at the same time.
All right.
In the beginning, there was Mana Yud Sushai. And then he woke up and everyone died. The end. Ooh, we were right there, man. See, we're gonna do the forensic zoom in. One
Okay,
moment.
it's like, what are we looking at here?
So what they're looking at is the part in Bleach right before it cut to filler.
Oh my god, yeah, okay.
Yup. And right at the last moment, Orpheus turns around and is stuck in filler forever.
Back from New Orleans, got to see a baby gator during an airboat tour. Looking forward to SGF reactions. Honestly, this is so Florida core. You could have said you took a tour in Florida too. Because I'm like, airboat? Baby gator? He's adorable. Look at it.
It's a little tiny guy.
This little guy. The chat, if you want the image, you have to go to last week. Feed me billionaires. Elizabeth Bathory. Or Bathory.
Huh. Neat.
Phil's new attempt to reach the gamers.
It's not that kind of pass, Phil.
4K HDR VR adult video is about to redefine inside-out tracking. Jesus Christ. And Mudkip, but with a gun. Thank you very much to our Podlords.
Thank you, Pod
Thank
Lords.
you very
Thank
much,
you, Podlords.
Podlords.
you, Podlords.
And if you'd like to become a Podlord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to many benefits, such as early access to Chugging Bleach and Pokemon Go to the Movies, our 2 monthly anime review podcasts, one of which is about to get a fucking rocket up its ass. Well, it already has at this point, but it's about to get a much bigger one up its ass.
Yeah, like last episode, it had a rocket that's up its ass. Next episode, it's Ultra Instinct.
Extended things such as more gamer premonitions when we do gamer premonitions and more ideas when we do armchair devs. Extended content for the shows we already do. You also get a patron exclusive show, one a month, either a show where you vote on a good thing and then we watch and talk about it, and that's a private show called Blessed Bluntant Blub, or a public show where we watch a horrible thing that we pick and talk about it, and patrons get an exclusive commentary track for that thing. In fact, you might want that coming up for a very important thing. Now I need you guys to understand, when we recorded that day we recorded this thing I'm talking about, I had a dream where I died. I experienced the moment of death. I know what the moment of death is like. It was better than what we watched.
He literally told me this after we watched it. I laughed so hard. I was like, how bad is it that you had a dream where you viscerally died and you were like, that was better. That's Monday.
Excited.
Monday. You also get an entire movie called Isolation 119 about a man going to Thailand to get a tax write-off on his trip to Thailand by carrying a video camera around his apartment. This is not a joke. It is a full feature-length video. It is delightful. There's also 3 commentary tracks for that on the Patreon. Patreon.com/GDPodcast. And if you don't have any money, it always helps immensely to tell your friends, spread the word, just post spam on Reddit until you get banned.
Yeah.
Like, leave a comment, and subscribe on YouTube, or rate us on your podcasting app of choice. That's patreon.com/GBpodcast. Thank you.
We got some news. Let's talk about it. I like talking about gaming news.
Okay.
Yeah, so you remember last week I told you that they got certified the PC adapter for PSVR2 in South Korea. Now it's been announced. It's coming out, what is it, August 7th? Yep, August 2nd, 7th. $60 if you have DisplayPort 1.4. It works with that, and it plugs in via USB to your computer.
Man, this sure should have been at that Sony show last week.
It sure should have. The PlayStation blog announced it with a giant picture of Half-Life Alyx on the monitor in front of the PSVR2 adapter. I'm like, oh, that shit is never coming over if they're literally showing that
hey,
image.
look at this thing we couldn't make a deal for.
We will literally never make a deal good enough for this game on our platform. So get over there, fuckers. They say you need Bluetooth 4.0 in order to sync the Sense controllers with your PC. That shit always sucks. I actually play my game controllers wired all the time because I hate syncing via Bluetooth and then using those controllers on a different thing so then I later have to resync. Too bad they don't sell the controllers separately, but I bet if they did, it would be absurdly expensive anyway.
Probably.
So I expect that to be a little annoying, but you heard me earlier in this podcast. I expect as an experience that will be much better than a Quest 3. I am excited to find out. I will be there day one. I will be there no matter what. Also, like a lot of things that are really high-end things that use Bluetooth on PC, they have to put an advisory thing that says some Bluetooth adapters may not work due to Bluetooth adapter compatibility. We will share details closer to launch. Because apparently there are just some stank-ass fucking Bluetooth adapters out there. Even the Mr. people had to do this.
Right, yeah. There's no surprise here.
I like this. I see in chat, Dan is truly VR's strongest soldier. Yeah, to the point where I haven't told anyone on any of these podcasts, did you know you could play Sushi Ben without VR? Oops.
I hear that was coming. I didn't know it was out.
I keep forgetting to mention it.
My brain so goes, yeah, but it would be like you can eat food without salt.
I guess you could.
You could. I don't know. But yeah, no, that's either out or going to be out. Feel free to look that up yourselves. Computex is a thing that happens on top of what used to be E3 every year.
Okay.
Important computer things are announced. I'm excited to talk to you about them. AMD has announced their new CPUs, bizarrely enough, still compatible with absolutely ancient motherboards at this point.
That's crazy.
It is fucking nuts. They announced really old CPUs this year even. AMD is weird. They have like this forever timeline of CPUs going. It's very strange. These new CPUs are very, very good. However, if you're a gamer and if you aren't and you are listening to this, please let me know why. I'm really curious. I want to have sex with all of you. Okay, well, never mind. I regret asking you. Don't buy these CPUs. Sincerely, they are great CPUs, but the X3D line of CPUs that slap a shitload of memory on the CPU are vastly stronger at gaming, to the point where the old ones, the 7800 X3D, based on the estimates AMD gave out themselves, will still be better at gaming than these. So when they make the X3D versions of these, probably in the next 9 months, they will be radically even stronger than that. So if your PC is built for the sake of gaming and you do not have a need to upgrade, just wait. My CPU is the bottleneck for my GPU by a fucking country mile, and even I'm just like, I'll just wait. Because the performance delta will be fucking massive. Video games are very dynamic, so having a large amount of memory to reach into to pull the various different parts of a game that can happen at any moment hugely impacts performance. So just wait. Anyways, if you're not doing that, yeah, these new CPUs seem good. They're coming out next month in July. Reviews will land then. Bob.
Yeah, what's up?
NVIDIA did a 2-hour conference. Do you want to know what they announced?
They have to announce something. Yeah, sure.
Nothing!
Nothing.
Wow,
Literally nothing! Not one thing! They announced nothing!
Was it all AI demos?
He just took the stage and kept saying Mana Yud Sushai, and everyone was really
he just started
fucking
beating
confused.
his dick, and that's what got them to having a higher market cap than Apple. Man, somebody is going to make a lot of money shorting Nvidia within the next year, and everybody else is going to take their own lives.
Yeah.
This is. I don't see. some moron I saw was being like, Nvidia is just going to keep going up. It's going to have twice as high a market cap in 3 years. Like, you're insane.
Yeah,
they are so in such a bubble right now. It is scary. If I was the CEO of Nvidia, I would be shitting my pants because anything could make this go away in an instant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, this is like the most obvious bubble it has ever been.
And to get everyone up to speed, because you're like, what? NVIDIA makes GPUs. That's a product. Their valuation is not based on that. Their valuation is based on them making AI acceleration hardware for AI companies. AI, not sure if people knew this, as we currently call it, though I argue we really should have used the large language model or transformer computing terminology, so that way people could stop pointing at a TV and going, it's using AI. Is not a product. There's no product in AI. There's nothing you could sell to a human in AI. No one uses it. None of it profits. So that entire industry is going to crash catastrophically very soon. Like in the next couple of years, it is imploding catastrophically.
It's going to be faster than a couple years.
Yeah, I'm just giving myself the...
Right.
So...
Yeah, all these companies are signing up to decapitate themselves. Like Microsoft with our new AI thing will record every single thing that happens on your computer and we'll store it forever. You can trust us. By the way, you won't be able to opt out for this. If your hardware supports it, it will happen. Powered by AI. And we will use every single thing you have ever done to train further AI. You don't have a say in this. Like we said, if your PC can support this and you're using Windows 11, it will be on.
Yeah, all the mobile CPUs announced by AMD and Intel at Computex have they have neural processing units built in. So they're all doing the Windows 11 recall AI nightmare thing. Not only not productizable, it is also a security liability.
Yeah, it's like now you can't ever be used by like anything with the U.S. government, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Like there's no way they want. Yeah, just have all that classified documents. Just put it on your server. It's fine.
However, do you know what he did talk about for the 2 hours other than, assertions about AI? He just kept repeating the mantra, the more you buy, the more you save. Over and over.
What are we buying?
Over. The more you buy, the bigger AI hardware. The more you buy, the more you save, because you can spend let's say 10 times as much, but you get to compute 300 times as much. So really for all that compute, you're saving money by buying more.
Yeah, that's definitely a stable industry.
This is nothing like the crypto industry. Nothing.
No.
Think of how much more nothing you could accomplish by buying more tools that don't do any goddamn thing.
Ignore the fact the thing that got their valuation anywhere near here was the crypto boom, a thing they lied to the government and their shareholders about, no, not that many people are buying them to use them for crypto, and then they found out, and they literally got punished financially for lying about that. Because that's not a thing you can do.
Yeah.
Because your investors are believing that your product is being used for stable industries, and crypto is not that. Anyways, AI is totally that.
Yeah, definitely. It's not sitting on the verge of being destroyed by every government in the world.
Somehow, in the absolute most fetishistic way for crypto bros, all the crypto stuff's under the table, but all the AI stuff's above board. Figure that out.
The
That's
moment,
the same shit.
All of the moment anybody who isn't a cultist, and luckily these people do exist and they do have money, realize, this God, what is the thing that's never going to happen that they say? What is
the singularity?
Acronym? No, not the singularity. They have an acronym for it, like generalize something.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but I've forgotten the term so much because I stopped being beaten over the head with it by YouTube videos.
Artificial general intelligence.
Oh yeah, AGI. Yeah.
Yeah, once it becomes apparent that isn't fucking happening, within any of our lifetimes, crash, go instant. Like it's because people will burn any amount of money as long as you can convince them that El Dorado is right over there.
Right. As long as you can convince them that you'll make the jump, Phil Spencer, the car will clear the jump.
And once it becomes apparent that El Dorado ain't fucking there, once you round that last bend of the mountain, your supporters are going to pull out and then it's over. Like, that's what happened with that NFT shit. That's what happened with this metaverse shit. That's what's going to happen with this.
As me says in chat, the more you mana Yud, the more you sushai.
I'm really looking forward to the AI crash so we can focus on the handful of things it is useful for. Like, it's great at checking a human for errors. It is not great doing the thing and the human checking it for errors. How did anybody decide that was how that should go?
Yeah, the really amazing thing is all the things you hear about people like testing the Google AI that they put in the search prompt, and they're like, yeah, we kept telling them there are massive problems with it, but the people above us have no fucking clue.
Yeah, that's how we got here. Everyone making decisions about the direction this technology is taking are not the people who know any goddamn thing about it. They're the people excited to not have to pay the people who know any goddamn thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be great when we can stop pretending self-driving cars will exist, and instead new cars can just have a bunch of AI-powered safety features that fucking tank wrecks. Because the car will go, hey, moron, you're about to do something stupid. Stop.
Yeah, no, that's every safety feature that's that sort of thing that uses LiDAR, by the way, a thing that Musk was like, we can't, that's not good enough technology. He ripped out all the LiDAR cameras out of the fucking every Tesla vehicle. He was like, we can do AI good enough based off of optics. And then immediately became apparent,
No, what?
LiDAR cameras cost too much.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
My parents have like the newest model of Sonata, the hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
And if it senses something that you're about to back into something, it stops. Like, it's like, no, you're about to back into something.
Yeah,
that's a great feature. That'll make the world a lot safer. Mm-hmm. We should focus on that and not pipe dreams.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to Chad, I was able to buy the first good car I've ever remotely touched a steering wheel in.
Right.
A couple of years ago. God, has it been 2 years now?
I think so.
Yeah, a couple months from now, it'll be 2 whole years. It's fucking unreal. It is really life-changing owning a stable car. Like, I'm not sure how many of you have had the experience of, I've never had working AC. I was lucky if my window worked in my car, and anytime my car went over 45, it would shake tremendously and break down all the time. This has been weird. Anyway, this car has, like, if I'm in reverse, it has a rear view cam, and that's fucking amazing. Like, it's really wide. It's a big screen. If anyone's remotely moving while I'm in the reverse mode, it beeps, lets me know. Mm-hmm. It gives me arrows. It says this way, that way, whatever. That's helpful. Fucking, I want to believe I'm in the future, and I'm willing to endanger everyone's life to do it.
Right.
Anyways.
Yeah.
So, Computex has a couple other neat things, but nothing worth mentioning.
It lets me believe I'm in the future where I'm in some sort of country with
public infrastructure.
Public transportation. Oh, wait.
Oh, I'm in America. Oh, no. Anyway, in the middle of this, that Mega Man news dropped, but also Lollipop Chainsaw Repop news dropped on June 13th at 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. They will be dropping the first trailer for that and the announcement of what the release date is.
Why are all these things happening a few days after all?
More importantly, why did you announce a week in advance?
Yeah.
1 day. That's all you get.
Could you not afford the future game show? That thing isn't real. Anybody can go in there.
Yeah, I assume it'll be. This is starting to be a really stupid thing where it's like, we'll have a trailer, but we'll also try to get you to come watch our special video later. And it's like, I'm not doing that, man.
That shit is literally during Big Think next week.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. There's already going to be a Nintendo Direct that day.
Yeah, dumbass. And a second State of Play. God. The other one was a fake one.
That one's probably August.
Yeah, probably, but I worry. Sony's really
Concord
stupid.
come out August 6th, they said?
Yeah, I believe
August
that's right.
6th.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So late July then, because there's no way there's not going to be another thing before Concord is out. They are sending that thing to be decapitated if that's the case.
Bob?
Yeah, what's up?
Start your news from the bottom.
Oh no, what did I put at the bottom?
Important news first.
They took the 8K support label off of the PS5 boxes.
We should all eat Sony.
Now, remember, I had to get a new PS5 in January.
Uh-huh.
So that means they did that in the past 4 months.
Right.
Yep.
I can't wait to get my $23 check from the class action settlement.
Me neither. Because even if they didn't
I'm gonna buy so much Taco Bell.
Even if they didn't actively harm me, because I never once thought I need an 8K TV.
Right.
I did, however, think everyone needs to stop talking like 8K doesn't matter because they don't actually know. Because even if they saw one in person, what 8K content did you see on it? Because it ain't real. A YouTube video, maybe.
The Tourist can run in 8K. I think they said
It can't output an 8K though.
Oh.
The PS5 cannot output an 8K, which is why we're going to sue. Seriously, though, people need to sue.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say, the larger thing is pushing 8K. This we don't even have we don't even have a console that's sustainably filling the 4K pixels.
Right.
And you put a fucking 8K label on it like that's a thing anyone should care about anytime soon. That's bad. That is bad.
You don't even have like 8K movies. Like if we had something like that,
most movies don't even have a 4K master.
Right? No. Yeah, if we had
4K
anything.
Blu-ray isn't even a perfect format for 4K. Like it has problems.
Yeah, sorry, you couldn't just iterate the number. You have to actually make a compelling product.
Damn it. Wait till the AI guys hear about this. I'm glad they removed it. They should absolutely get sued and they should lose.
Right.
Hands down. Let's continue.
Yeah, I guess we'll just keep going up from here.
We're gonna do the heavy hitters right now.
There's a rumor going around.
Uh-huh.
that Microsoft is currently working on a remaster of Halo Combat Evolved. And it might, almost definitely, will come to the PS5.
One,
Yeah.
it has to, and this will be a watershed moment for Halo as long as, at point 2, they don't massively fuck it up, which is so possible.
I know that, like, remastering the first one is just red flags.
Again, based on what we know about the next Xbox, it isn't a console. It is a PC that has an Xbox backwards compatibility, a backwards compatible mode it can boot into. Does that mean it has some special version of Windows to make the obfuscate being a PC? Who knows? But it isn't even a console, so of course this is going to ship on PlayStation. That'll be the only console left. And I guess it'll ship on Switch 2 also.
Yeah, which will be sick as shit. They better not fuck this up, but that is so likely. No one who's touched Halo in well over a decade deserves to have touched Halo in well over a decade.
Yeah, no. And this isn't even the one with the multiplayer that people like. Like it seems,
not that long term.
Yeah.
You know, in the grand view of the franchise is the beloved multiplayer.
Right, no. Like, of course, watershed moment, great game for that at the time. But no, what are you talking about? We're playing Halo 2. We're playing Halo 2
No, we're
online.
playing Halo 2. I don't even, I was so upset at Halo 2's campaign that I traded in my Xbox and the game, but the multiplayer is immaculate.
Right.
That's the one.
So it seems real goofy and real lame to be like, yeah, we'll just.
And the
remaster
worst
this
part
one.
is they can't even combine 1 and 2. Those stories are so clearly different. You can't remake 1 into also being 2.
No.
Unlike you could 2 and 3.
Yeah, obviously. Those are connected in a way that's almost like it was supposed to be one game at some point.
Huh, strange. Yeah, so I don't know. It could be cool, but I think it's really, really stupid they're doing this and not just releasing the Master Chief Collection on every platform.
Yeah. That's more of this remaster brain rot that's in the industry hardcore these days.
Reminder, they've ceased all development on the Master Chief Collection and broke it in a completely novel way sometime in the last 4 years.
I was going to say, wouldn't they have to fix the Master Chief Collection to port it?
This is like the eternal question.
Yes.
But wait, if we want to sell the Master Chief Collection, don't we have to fix it?
I don't like having to fix things.
Hey, remember when they got the biggest IP in gaming and then fucking ruined that? And then that's when Bob says, which time?
Right? It's like, guys,
Please
this
stop.
is the thing we do.
Please stop. Please stop. Anyways, they better announce a Banjo game in the next week that looks half decent.
They better.
Who knows? Maybe the Yooka-Laylee remastered thing is because they're also secretly making a Banjo game at the exact same time.
Maybe it would make a lot of sense
It
if
would
you
sure
just
show
hired
that
them.
someone at Xbox Game Studios' brain is working at all.
Right?
Anyone.
Like, just two wires need to work anywhere in that company.
If we could just connect two ends of wires.
I hope that's true. I hope they announce this because it's like this is coming and we're announcing a Banjo game at Microsoft's thing. That it would have leaked by now though, so it isn't happening.
It could be Toys for Bob.
No way.
Toys for Bob's working with Microsoft. That is true.
Because Microsoft owns Spyro and Crash.
Mm-hmm.
They also own Banjo.
If Toys for Bob is working on a fucking Banjo game, I'll get mad.
Really?
Yeah. Fuck that. Fuck Banjo.
I mean, Spyro is just patently a better game, and so is Crash.
Spyro is better. Crash is like, fuck Banjo. If Rare Team, sure, go ahead, put the Rare guys on it. They don't have anything else better they could be doing. But Toys for Bob? You're wasting the time of real developers that make good games on fucking Banjo?
I'm not the one saying in the chat.
Now, chat, I need you to know, before we streamed Banjo-Kazooie, before we even streamed it, I'm like, man, the internet is not going to like me not thinking this is the best game in the world. Right now, I'm feeling pretty safe.
Look, I don't have anything against those games, but if you're like, Toys for Bob make a bit, no, go fuck yourself. No way. That is an enormous waste of developer talent. Toys for Bob are great developers.
Banjo's in Smash Bros. And they could make the best Banjo-Kazooie game.
They could, but that wouldn't be as good as the new Spyro.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as. First of all, that. Second, would they, or would they be beholden to the toxic structure of old Banjo and make something that is still the best Banjo game, but is just worse than anything else they could have been?
Here's what we do. They go, Toys for Bob, you get to do whatever you want with Banjo. Here's the world. Here's the characters. You do you. You have 100% support from us. They leave. They come back. They go, that is Gauntlet 7 Sorrows playing as Banjo. What the fuck? And I'm like, Banjo game's my game of the year. I don't know how this happened. I don't know.
Honestly, a real problem with Banjo nowadays that I feel like nobody talks about is that its entire humor style is, first of all, unbelievably British.
I mean, it's true.
Like that vulgar crass British. Secondly, is very much of its time, so I don't even know what it would fucking look like now. It feels like such a product of its time that it's weird to make a Banjo game in 2024. Yes, Yooka-Laylee is right over there.
I thought of something worse.
Than making Conquer? That might be better. I would rather than be making Conquer than be making Banjo.
Conquer.
Yep.
I don't know, man. The Conquer humor is even more of its time. Like, it's...
Yeah, but first of all, shit jokes are always funny.
Or
like they're
that
timeless.
is demonstrably not true.
Alternatively,
okay, but those are not. They are not unfunny as a result of changing cultural norms. The people who there will always be a section of people who find shit jokes funny.
I'm going to go ahead and say it is not a bold assertion to go, Banjo's humor has aged way better than Conker's.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But if an entirely different studio is making it, I feel like they could do more interesting things with Conker than Banjo.
Banjo, they're like, maybe Banjo travels to a bunch of different worlds. He gets different abilities that are fun to use at all. This is our idea for Banjo. They get stuck with Conker. They're like, there's a flower that twerks its giant ass, and you bounce off of it.
We have to parody movies.
Here's our The Other Guys reference.
Yeah, it's gonna be just a bunch of Marvel movies.
It's nonstop fucking Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yes.
I am hoping, since, like, first of all, there's no way. Like, Toys, it's Crash or Spyro. They would not eject from Microsoft and be like, can we make Banjo?
Also, whatever they're doing, it's insanely early in development, so we won't see it for years. That's what I think.
From Microsoft?
Yeah, first of all, well, they don't own Toys for Bob, so they cannot go hire contractors. Everybody has to be
but they can show a CG trailer because they're Microsoft.
They can do that. That's always an option.
That's their fucking wake-up DP.
Oh, man. That's really fast to turn around on a CG trailer. I'm hoping that doesn't happen until at least next year.
Would they really do that? Would they really put out a CG trailer project they're uncertain of? Anyway, I'm excited for Microsoft's game
I would like to
showcase.
issue a partial apology to the Banjo-Kazooie franchise. I did not mean everything I said, only most of it. I was consumed by bloodlust, and the Orochi blood riot took me because Dan presented a scenario where I could get a new Spyro or a new Banjo, and one would directly negate the existence of the other.
Just to be clear, I am with you that I would prefer a Spyro. However, Banjo fans need to heal, and Microsoft needs a W.
Microsoft, what does Microsoft ever do with a W other than snap it in half and make two L's?
Right? It'd be
Phil
funny.
holds up the W and goes, fine, I'll do it myself, and snaps it out.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
like Microsoft isn't allowed to have W's anymore. It's like giving a violent kid a pet. Like, no, I'm sorry, you failed too many times.
if Spyro gets announced at the Xbox show,
Yeah.
it will be a PlayStation exclusive.
Oh, I hope that happens. That'd be really funny.
I would wheeze and lose sight. I would go blind.
They're like, yeah,
would-
we got to actually work with some of the Insomniac guys and really make us faithful when that meant that they wouldn't let us put it on the Xbox.
Well, don't worry. By the time it would come out, there won't be an Xbox.
Had to listen again.
There will be a PC, and it'll run on PC because the new Xbox will just be a PC.
I had to listen again in the last week as someone went, well, the problem with Game Pass is it's not sustainable. And then the other person on the podcast goes, well, it's not a question of sustainability. They just need the number of people to go up to counteract the Activision
it's
Blizzard
not- what does that
acquisition.
mean?
It's
It's not going up.
Which
How can it-
means...
How can it go up when they're not selling consoles? By the way, PS5 outsold Series 4 to 1 this month
Shocking.
in May.
Shocking.
Switch only outsold it 3.5 to 1.
That all.
Okay. Let's move on.
Sure.
I'm so excited for the summer of gaming to be over because so
we'll
many
have
more
plenty of
chips will
time
be
for
on
this
the
in
table.
Sunday.
Yeah, there's so much going to happen over the next 3 days, 4 days. But mainly 3 days.
You all need to be there.
Yes.
Be there when it lands. You need to be with us during the Xbox Game Showcase. So much is on the line. This is the Thanos moment. We're finally getting it. 4 years of Big Think Dimension talking about the problems with Microsoft have all led to this. And then the person who's editing this smash cut to us at the end of that conference. Like, go from that moment.
Yeah, as we're going into the 9/11 conference, it's right afterwards.
Yeah, can you get our faces? Just take a picture of our faces right before 9/11, says Bob. This is a good day of fucking game conferences. I'm so excited for that Call of Duty. Holy shit. You're going to be like Spyro was in the South Tower. And I'm going to be like, what the fuck, Activision?
I can just like see Spyro like in an office lobby looking at a glass bowl being like, what do you mean it ties the room together?
Bob, take us to the next news story.
Jason Schreier posted a big article about the development issues of Suicide Squad.
1 second. Okay, so Phil Spencer edited into the movie Remember Me. We put him on Robert Pattinson's face looking out the window. What were you saying, Bob? Go right ahead.
Jason Schreier has an article put out today. I haven't been able to read all of it.
Okay.
About what went wrong with Suicide Squad, all behind the scenes, like in interviews with developers and stuff. Part of that came out is Rocksteady is now helping develop a director's cut version of Hogwarts Legacy. That's what Rocksteady is making.
That game sold 25 million copies. People aren't going to buy it again a year and a half later.
This is the dumbest industry the world has ever known.
Yeah.
It really is. Like, we are so fucking heading towards a crash when all these leaders are just like, make it again. We just sold 25 million copies of that game. Make that game again.
Yeah, that one. Not a different... That exact one.
What does director's cut even mean in this
Who
context?
the fuck knows?
You see Dumbledore's full shaft.
Like, was there? I didn't pay close attention to this one, but you know, it's a giant game with open world shit. Was there just a bunch of cut content that they're now hiring these people to finish so they can reship the game at full price?
Maybe.
I don't know. None of us played it.
Wonder why.
Yeah, it's a
It's a
mystery.
fucking mystery. Cool.
Yeah.
Great. I'm glad one of the most beloved developers of 7th Gen ended up helping ship the director's cut for a fucking Harry Potter game.
At least this article says they're trying to get approved for a single player game, which I don't think is going to happen. I think they're going to get shut down.
Right. Also,
And
of
even
course,
if they did, it would have to survive WB, an entire development cycle under WB, which seems really difficult now. They seem really stupid. Like, it doesn't matter how many service things fail, they will not turn away.
yeah. Another thing that came out during this, of course, the same thing that we hear from every one of these breakdowns that happens of, the higher ups are all saying, yeah, the rock steady magic will kick in the last second. It'll be good.
Oh man, this story was like, and this was the heads of the studio, so they are not innocent, where it's like the development team was like, guys, Anthem failed, guys, Avengers failed, guys, Redfall failed, and just the leadership going, we're built different.
No.
It'll be different for us. Nah, I'd win. I'd simply win.
Has made maybe the biggest crater of any of those.
Not bigger than Redfall. Redfall's pretty fucking big. Yeah. But yeah, like it's and to be fair, WB executives were also like clapping and cheering like seals every time they saw it, because they don't know what video games are, and we're just told this is a service thing that will make infinite money forever every quarter.
Right. Here's Harley Quinn.
God. I need Concord to fail. I need every fucking service game coming out in the next year to fail, and for this shit to be completely over. I need it to be inarguable if you have eyes.
It feels like it already is that.
It is, but these people are stupid. Like, every time, and if you're younger, that I have seen this happen 3 different times. We're on the 3rd time where the industry's growth slows or goes down slightly because of a bunch of people coming in. And instantly the news cycle turns to, looks like gamers don't want single player games. They want rent-seeking mobile games and online games forever. And now those are all failing, but people are still trying to say that.
Here's my problem, Chris. I agree with you, but on Concord, I need you to lose. Because I need a new measurable axis on which to judge the universe. Because I need to be able to show you any multiplayer game and your reaction tells me what the future will be. I need this so bad that Concord succeeding will be the funniest thing in my life.
But the only ones I will have been wrong about are specifically Sony ones.
Oh yeah, all the rest of them are fucked. Just to be clear.
Yeah, there's no even hope.
So then we need to go and dig up that Twisted Metal prototype and then be like, Chris, what do you think? Looks like shit. Yes, I knew Sony was wrong. It would have succeeded. Damn you.
I don't think Concord, them pricing it at $40 is the correct move. Them doing a beta is the correct move. I have trouble seeing that game succeeding in the most crowded genre in the multiplayer space right now.
Yeah, also there's, we covered it already with there's no versus, there's no PvE, there's no co-op campaign thing. Those are a huge part of why Helldivers succeeded the way it did.
Yeah, Helldivers had price, it had its moment, it had being very distinct from other multiplayer offerings. It was PvE, so it was like, hey, let's go blast some bugs. Not, hey, let's play against other people and get fucking pissed.
Hey, I have a bottle full of whiskey. I should solve that.
I do wonder, like, honestly, on a macro level, I wonder if that's also a struggle that Concord is going to face, where so many people who have fallen out of this genre are like just mad thinking about it, just mad thinking about this game genre because they left playing it every time pissed off.
I don't know, Bob. Do I seem mad?
Yes.
Also, the Valve one and the Marvel one are both landing on top of it. That's not a good situation for anybody.
Yeah, I didn't know we had a date for the Valve one.
We don't, but footage of it leaked. It looks nearly done. That shit's going to be at the PC gaming show.
I mean, they did jump us with Counter-Strike 2 really fast.
Yeah.
Now the Valve thing is a Valve thing, so it's going to fail. Like, it's not
that
named
used to not be true.
Yeah, that used to not be
that
the
used
case.
to be the exact
Let's go
opposite.
Let's go look at Artifact on Twitch. Oh, look, a movie they shouldn't be streaming.
Oh my God, it's Furiosa.
Let's go look at Dota Auto Chess on Twitch. Oh, nobody's doing anything in that tag.
Okay, we're all adults. We're all far past enough. We can agree that was the dumbest one, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know what they were thinking. Like,
Artifact made sense,
no,
but
Artifact,
fucking
I don't know if
No.
Artifact made sense.
Artifact was the Magic the Gathering guy, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Fucking going, this auto chess thing. That's the future. We're gonna make one too.
When did Artifact come out though? Because it's already gone. Like, I don't even think you can play it anymore.
Oh yeah, it's gone.
They definitely did not strike when the iron was hot. Like they missed their boat by a lot.
But they had a hook by
Right.
it being the Magic guy.
yes,
Whereas-
and
Yeah,
I feel like
Hearthstone was out 4 years before.
right.
Right.
But card games are way more eternal than auto chess.
Right, auto chess
That's
is
true.
the most meme fucking genre I think has ever been.
Yeah, I think that the only person
did League of Legends release an auto chest equivalent? Did
don't
Riot
think
do an
so.
auto chest
I
equivalent?
don't think so.
I'm pretty sure League did. I'm pretty sure they had one. Am I crazy, chat? Yeah, no, they had
Okay.
one.
Teamfight
yeah.
Tactics. Yeah, that
Wow.
seems to have done all right. So I don't know why
Did it?
fucking. I'm pretty sure.
Damn. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like that was that of all genres, that is the most meme one. I think years down the road we will be like Vampire Survivors, way more of a real genre. Anyway, let's move on news-wise.
Sure. Bloodstained Ritual Night DLC for the Classic Mode 2 with Dominique's Revenge comes out next week, June 11th.
Why are they doing this to us? I don't know. Why are all these people like June 11th? That's a great time.
I don't know. At least
That's
this
when
will be
Shin
short.
Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance comes out.
This is actually set after the game. Like, this is a sequel to Bloodstained.
I mean, shit,
technically.
man, I was going to play it anyway, but fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Hell yeah, it is. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is a great fucking game. That classic mode is actually really good and not just, it's like the game, you know. It was like fun
Man.
and good.
What if we see Bloodstained 2 tomorrow?
Yeah, I feel like there's a chance.
There's
I
a
really
real
want to believe in
chance.
it.
Like,
There's
it's
a
pretty
real chance.
obvious that Jeff Keighley is like, we're not going to have Western AAA games, so that means we're not going to have anything D-hype. Because, like, as soon as that happens, like, Slitterhead's going to be there.
Right, I
Right.
know. I lost my mind. He was like, there's nothing to look forward to. By the way, Slitterhead. And I'm like,
Right, which he does this every year. Like, he's talking to people who want the biggest AAA games.
he's talking to people who are hoping the new Skyrim is announced.
Yeah, and this is the only difference is this time somehow people actually listened and reported on it.
Yeah.
Whereas that didn't happen any other time. So I've heard that on almost every Jeff Keighley related thing.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why they did this time.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Yes. God. Dragon Age Dreadwolf, formerly Dragon Age 4, is now titled Dragon Age The Veil Guard.
I can't point to him.
And it's getting a 15-minute gameplay clip on the 11th.
I am first of all, they put out BioWare put out like a statement based on this that sounds like they're being held at gunpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it honestly sounds like, hey guys, we're gonna have great characters. An executive came in and pointed out that Inquisition was a decade ago, so this game can't be a super direct sequel to that anymore, even though that's where the story was going. So this has to be a great place to start Dragon Age. So we're gonna have to downplay the actual story that existed going into this, but we're gonna have the best characters. It's gonna be so great. I am hoping to God that this is just a weird announcement and it will be at one of these shows, because if it isn't at any of them, what the fuck will that gameplay look like?
Yeah, no, it needs to be at one of these shows. I don't know why they announced that this gameplay was happening before one of these shows. Like, that's worrying.
Did they think they needed to get out ahead of the name change? Just like show Dragon Age Dreadwolf and then Dreadwolf like burns away and it says Dragon Age The Veil Guard.
They can't do that. No one's ever done anything like that.
Except Final Fantasy Versus 13 becoming Final Fantasy 15
Yeah, I
and
know.
everybody screaming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, can be a hype moment. They don't like those. They did point out in this press release, the Veilguard's the name of your companions, and the Dreadwolf is still important, we swear.
I would hope he's in the title.
Well, not anymore.
Not anymore, he ain't.
Why are we the Veil Guard? The whole point was that we were the Inquisition, which was supposed to be doing the exact thing that the Veil Guard is allegedly going to be doing.
Look.
Also, you're not playing as the Inquisitor. You're going to be playing as a new guy again, even though it makes no sense for you to not be playing the same guy from Dragon Age 3.
This is the dumbest shit in the world. Okay,
Can
we just talk about
said,
how stupid it is to just downgrade the coolness of your title from Dreadwolf to Veilguard?
No, the Veilguard. So it's actually dumber.
I'm just saying. Oh my god.
Look,
What?
when you put out pictures
why.
of Dreadwolf, that's why. You see him, and then you're like, oh, that.
Yeah, he doesn't look very cool. He's kind of a racist egg, but
He looks so cool. He's hanging out next to Aggro.
It is really funny that in that DLC that probably isn't going to be mattered or referenced at all, where they set up this game, he tries to talk to you about his evil plan, and you have a literal dialogue jump that's like, man, I've never, because he was a party member in Dragon Age Inquisition, and then he's like revealed to actually be this evil guy. You can go, I never gave a shit about a single thing you've ever said when you were on my team. Why would I give a shit about what you're saying right now?
Oh my god. I have played so many games that needed that dialogue option.
Let's keep trucking, Bob.
Yes. Octopath Traveler 1 came on the PS4 and PS5.
Oh, when did that happen?
Yesterday.
Whoa.
Keep up. Octopath Traveler 2 came out on Xbox One and Xbox Series and PC.
When did that happen?
Yesterday. Where have you been?
What?
I didn't know that it wasn't on PC. That's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, all this just dropped at random. No announcements, nothing. There's even an update patch for Octopath 2 that adds extra bosses. It's like
That's cool. I need to go back and finish Octopath 2.
And both Octopaths are going to be on Game Pass until January 2026.
Hey, shutdown date for Game Pass announced.
People were saying 2 was on PC.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't on Xbox though.
Okay.
That's
what I thought.
That was it.
That makes more
Yeah,
sense.
like it getting shadow dropped on Xbox. All right, it getting shadow dropped on PC. Oh, you fucked up.
Man, you know what sucks so bad, and I'm gonna say this and it's gonna piss Dan off. Square Enix's new multi-platform strategy, which this obviously is a part of, they're gonna port Harvestella to PS5 too late, like after that guy left.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say it will never escape the Switch, and then honestly, because the PC version's great, it runs super well and everything. I thought you were gonna threaten me with it will never escape the Switch, so no one will.
No, I think it will. In fact, I'll be surprised if that isn't announced within the next and released within the next.
They
year.
need to do that.
They do.
I'll see you at that game of the year, Dan.
Also Bravely Default 2 probably.
They better. That thing being locked on the PC and Switch only is dumb.
It is pretty dumb.
And they don't even put it on decent sales on PC. You're like, no, we want at least like $30 for this. It's like,
I mean,
dude.
Man, Square Enix is bad about that. I keep waiting for like, hey, Square Enix, put Final Fantasy 13-2 on sale.
No.
And they're like, no, we won't. I'm like, motherfucker. Eventually, I will have a hole in my schedule where I just bite my tongue and pay $20 for an ancient game. But I would like you to put it on sale, please.
You got the extra boss patch?
Yeah. Wait, maybe I'll try Octopath Traveler 1 again. I was not impressed when I first played it. Like I dropped it after only a few chapters.
Yeah, I don't think 2 has this, but a thing people always bitch about in 1 is like bosses having like overkill defense, where like if you do deal too much damage at once, they like negate anything past a certain point, like a mobile game boss.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that sucks.
I remember getting stuck on a boss who I hope you brought the alchemist to this one. It's like, well, fuck.
Yeah, you told me about that back when you played it. Yeah, Jesus. And the last thing I've got. Oh wait, no, it's not quite. There's 2 things. Kenna Bridge of Spirits is coming to Xbox One and Xbox Series on August 15th.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess it's finally going over there. It's going to have exclusive pirate hats for the rather little cute creatures you find in the world. I hope they announce something new from the studio. That'd be cool to see here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that thing I guessed on Game of Premonitions like a year ago. We'll see. If they come out with a Nausicaa game, you know I called it. And Metal Slug Tactics is coming out fall this year. This game was announced in 2021. We haven't heard about it since.
Yeah, that was a blast from the past.
Yeah, I was like, I knew it had not come out yet. I kind of was like, is this canceled? But no, it's real. I still don't know if this is a good like pairing for the genre in the game, but we'll see. I feel kind of
I'm kind of just butthurt. It's like, wow, man, look at all this great spider art you could have used in a real Metal Slug game.
but we did it in this weird perspective, so it wouldn't work in a real one. We got to use this we made it for the tactics RPG. Yeah, it's such a weird thing to do with a game where it's like you only have like 4 characters. I don't know. But that's it for my news. If you want to take over, Chris.
Okay, so Avalanche, that is the developers of Just Cause and future Xbox exclusive Contraband, have closed their New York and Montreal locations. They shouldn't have had those, but they shouldn't have started them, so it sucks that they closed them. That is 50 people, roughly 9% of their workforce. Locations in Stockholm, Malmo, and Liverpool remain. Yeah, it's a bad idea to have your staff split between multiple continents, because organization becomes incredibly difficult when you do that.
Man,
that's just not a good idea.
There were only 50 people among those 2 studios.
Matto in chat says Montreal studio lasted less than 8 months from its establishment.
Why do it?
I know there's tax benefits for Montreal, but what?
And this is going hand in hand with a rumor that Contraband is struggling and will be at best late 2025.
Wow. Who would have thought game that was announced really early that had no salient ideas put forth by its CG trailer and a Microsoft thing would be troubled?
Right.
I think Contraband was announced the first year of Big Think Dimension, so 2019?
No way. That was 1 year into the series. I thought that was 2021. Oh my God! Someone please tell me it was 2021.
I know.
Okay, it was 2021.
Recently.
Okay, it was 2021.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Oh my God.
Their last game was in 2018.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Hey, you know that Mad Max game actually has stuff that now directly contradicts Furiosa?
No,
they have
funny.
Dementus stuff.
Oh,
in the game apparently.
Weird. I didn't know they would.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yep.
That game was made. Like they got production materials from Fury Road when they were working on that Mad Max game.
Mm-hmm.
So it has stuff from them in there, but like they didn't actually corroborate with like George Miller or talk with him or anybody
even,
working on the movie.
Even if they did, why he wouldn't let that shackle him for his own movies and what he wanted to do?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we move on from this news story, I just want to say if anything happens with Avalanche in the future, journalists, please just write Avalanche, because if you write a headline that says "Just Cause developer," it sounds like the beginning of of a dependent clause when your headline says "Just Cause developer lays off 9% of," and then I feel like my brain tripped when I get to the end of the sentence. You bastards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you could write Avalanche, comma, developer of Just Cause, comma.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the internet. You're not paying by the letter anymore, guys.
We talked about Concord. Astrobot will also be $60. I think it leaked, and the same thing that Concord was going to be $40.
I think people have
maybe
confirmed
Sony is getting a fucking clue at all, and like not every game needs to be $70.
Yeah, maybe.
Once again, Sony seemingly learned from Helldivers 2 for the first time since the PS3. What an incredible situation!
It sure would have been nice if you learned this lesson before Returnal.
It sure, right?
Yeah.
It sure would have been nice if you learned this anytime sooner than almost 4 whole years into this generation.
Yeah.
You know how many more games we could have had right now?
I am really hoping that this actually is a pivotal moment for Sony. They're launching this big Astrobot game that is just them jerking themselves off. That it's just going to be 80 levels of pounding their own dick.
Cool.
There better have been a revive all our old shit initiative that got thrown out, but that got like distracted by Jim Ryan and COVID.
Yeah, and security problems. Yeah, because once again they had to redo the entire PS2 emulator. Speaking of which, Sly 2 or that Sly PS2 emulation thing comes out in like the next week and a half.
Yeah,
I think
like
it's
the 12th or something.
Yeah, the 11th or 12th. Yeah. God, I'm so excited.
Yeah, I hope that's good.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be dope.
I hope they then go and we're and we're updating every other PS2 game to use this new emulator.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, that's
Especially
important.
Ape Escape!
When it's still around
They gave you
50,
heavily
though,
referenced
'cause
in
it's
that
the
new
European
trailer.
version.
Once again, the only thing in that fucking intro title card that isn't a robot is the fucking monkey from Ape Escape.
Yep.
It's just a monkey.
Uh-huh.
It's fine.
So this isn't so
Real
much
quick.
news as
Real quick before we move on. Yeah, Astrobot being 60 is a huge fucking deal. It being a game they were able to turn out basically, but not fully, 4 years after their prior game, while building up the studio to do it, because it
Through
was
COVID.
not right through COVID, is insanely important. If we could have a sales figure thing go on there that was like approaching a wild success, that would make a radical improvement, not just for Sony, but you'd see ripple effects throughout the industry. You know, kind of like how Metroid Dread did good numbers, and then we got that fucking Prince of Persia game and other things that were like, maybe we can have 2D gameplay and it's okay and we won't go insane.
Right.
I think that would absolutely do it for 3D platformers. Now, I know my fate. This is not going to occur.
No.
But let it be known, I hoped for this better future.
I don't
it
fucking
would
have anything
happened.
else this year, so maybe it'll happen. And this isn't news so much as me twisting the knife on Microsoft. Final Fantasy. Hey Bob, remember when we talked about? Yeah, of course. I have to make it as devastating as possible. Hey Bob, remember when we talked about all the weird problems with Final Fantasy 14 on Xbox, and you said that the resolution of this would probably just be everybody ceasing to play that version of Final Fantasy 14?
Yeah.
Well, Final Fantasy 14 isn't in the top 400 paid games on Xbox.
It's a lot of games.
That is a lot of games.
Even the top 10 don't sell that great.
It's going to be really funny that, like I said on Twitter, like it's going to be funny that Square Enix CEO, whose name Takeshi Kiryu is one of his names, I think. I forget. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. The CEO, Yoshi P, and Phil Spencer coming out and doing like the hands over each other team power thing and be like, Square Enix will give Xbox more support. And be like, Visions is it, bruh.
Yeah. Yeah, none of these things are going to sell. You're going to sell 2 copies of Octopath.
God.
Yeah, unless Microsoft starts going, we'll just pay you to put your game on our console.
Yeah, we are
Please.
very quickly heading into a future where there won't be, like, even though there's going to be a box on the market called Xbox, they're going to ship a box called Xbox to retail. There won't be the support
or a year or 1 year and a half.
Right. There won't be the support of the console idea of it, form factor, development mode of it, to even make that matter.
Yeah,
It'll
no.
just be an affordable PC.
I mean, they specifically said it wouldn't be.
Well, it won't be affordable relative to an Xbox, but it might be affordable relative to a PC. Have you seen NVIDIA's GPUs lately?
I don't think, man. I don't think so. I think this is going to be first of all, I think it's not going to be at retail. This is going to be them going, okay, third parties. Here's the spec sheet. Here's the software you flash it with, the firmware you flash it with.
Get your iBuy
Make your
Power
own-
Xbox.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be. Like, it's going to be down there with like the Genesis Model 3 that was made by Mattel, or the 3DO where it had a bunch of different people manufacturing. That's in these leaks.
Before we move too far past it, it's ridiculous that Stellar Blade and Rise of the Ronin had the launch of 70. What are you doing? Neither of those are $70 games.
Yeah.
It's really weird that this industry is going to have to learn that $60 games would be selling really great right now. What a fucking stupid thing to have to learn. Yo, we'd be selling as well as we used to if we weren't charging more than we used to.
Yeah, it is. We really need to make a shirt that says this and have like a stock graph like hitting an invisible barrier where it's just like, oops, the finite boundaries of a physical universe, because people really don't understand. Like, you see these fucking chuckle fucks on Twitter who somehow get paid to be game industry analysts going, industry is going to have to rent seek more. Single player games are going to have to be $120 now. I'm like, bro, there's a maximum amount of money you can suck out of a user base.
Right?
Do you not understand that? Does that not penetrate your fucking skull?
So anyways, Twitch raising the price of all subs is going to go well for us next month, Bob. Did you hear?
No, I did not.
Are
What?
they doing that?
Yes, the price of subs is going from $5 to $6 next month. I get no choice in this. That happens.
And I assume we don't get a bigger cut even.
We get the same cut, so we get more money.
Yeah.
Okay, at least there's that. But yeah, all of Spotify raised its prices so much that even the higher tier of Apple Music is cheaper than the cheaper tier of Spotify. Like, none of these subscription services are profitable the way corporate wants them to be, so all they can do is make it cost more, it cost more. Well, why are we bleeding users every time we raise the price? That's completely negating any money we would make by raising it. Raise the price more.
This is
Same
sustainable.
with premonitions. You can find out the new Game Pass pricing scheme. It's the only
stupid
move
enough
they
with
have.
the subscriptions when it's the discs and they're like, oh well it needs to be $70 because the price of producing games has gone up. First of all, bro, that's your fault. You did that to you. Second, that's not my fucking problem. I don't owe you buying your game.
Right.
Yeah. Like, there's all these things. Well, games cost so much anymore. You're just gonna have to get used to paying more. Like, I'll go play a retro game, and you can go fuck yourself.
Or an indie game that's half the price.
Like, bro, I'm going to tell you everything you just worried was true is true. You're not competing with games that released this year. You're competing with games that released for almost the last 40 years. And you're not looking good when you're charging $70 for Stellar Blade and Rise of the Ronin.
And again, this was in Sony's own data, that the amount of time spent on offline games is almost double what is spent on all multiplayer games, not just paid ones, but free-to-play ones too, which includes fucking Fortnite. The problem is, if you have a PS5, you have games going back 11 years that you could be playing. And a lot of people got into gaming for the first time during COVID, meaning they didn't play all these great games.
Right. And the thing is, like, the number one thing you have to realize here is by charging 70 instead of 60, at that junction, you are actually cutting off a huge amount of the people who would accept this exchange. The FOMO only works for you at launch. You don't get those people back when your game is now 60. The FOMO's fucking gone. Those people made peace with playing your game when it was fresh at launch. You lost them. Maybe entirely, but possibly until it hits 20.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the $70 has driven me. I am the biggest. I would be stunned if there are game consumers that spend more on this than me, that buy more games at launch than I used to.
Right.
I have not bought nearly as many, because guess what? Not only are you guys greedy, you're stupid. Because your games launch like shit. They launch on fire.
Yeah.
And then in a month you knock them down to 40. I got Unicorn Overload for 42 weeks ago. That game had barely been out, hadn't been out 2 months. I got Yakuza Infinite Wealth for 28 days after it came out.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if I went, and that was just me going, okay, 40's enough. I could very easily go, fuck it, 20, and just wait until August or September or Black Friday. And you're getting almost, you have lost at least $400 a year from me as a consumer.
Uh-huh. It's amazing. It's amazing because all
You know what game I'm gonna buy day one? Astrobot. You know what I wouldn't do if that game was $70?
buy it at
Buy it
launch.
day one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I probably would have bought Unicorn Overlord for $60. I probably would have bought Infinite Wealth at launch for $60. But I don't have to. I have other things I can do. So does everybody.
Mhm.
Even if it's Fortnite.
Yeah. Yeah. No, the game industry keeps shooting itself in the fucking foot and being like, market conditions.
Yeah.
Our games are $70 and launch on fire and also are way too expensive because of market demands. And I just look over at Nintendo and I'm like, Really? Because they're beating your ass. Hey, here's the thing, game publishers. I'll give a shit about anything you say when you ship a game that sells more copies than Luigi's Mansion 3. A game that, let me check what fucking sales ranking that is on the Switch, just for the power scaling here. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing. You only have to beat the 15th best-selling Switch game.
That's all. 15th. That's pretty low.
Right?
That's pretty low. Certainly you can do that, right? Anyways.
It's not like I'm asking you to outsell new Super Mario Bros. U.
The Giga Chad that is.
It's not like I want you to. I understand that it's hard to outsell Super Mario Party, the game that has sold 20.6 million copies.
Jesus. Nintendo is just a little OP here.
That game definitely cost $350 million, like Spider-Man 2, right?
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, totally, absolutely.
That game definitely didn't have a budget of like $25 million.
And you know the funniest thing about this is Sony would have better margins because the disc costs like $1 to pack and everything else. The cartridges for the Switch cost more.
Right, of course.
Anyways, hey, we had some conferences, just a couple.
Yeah.
Let's talk about them. I'm just going to run through the names. I didn't watch the next Indie Direct, so either Bob, I believe you watched it.
Yes, I watched this one.
And Aggro, did you watch this one?
No, I watched the other one.
Okay. Bob, you'll have to run us through it. Let me just say the names, and then you can talk. Circulation was announced, an isometric puzzle adventure game where you play as a ball.
Yeah. It's got a lot of ball-related physics like Marble Madness.
Oh, shit. Marble Madness. Like that Lara Croft game?
Yes.
Nice. Draginus, which is how they say it.
Oh, is it?
Yes, Draginus, which is Dragenas, comes out in fall. It's a side-scrolling 2D pixel art action game where you play as fairies, and it's 2-player. This looked pretty cool.
Yeah, that looked pretty neat. I haven't seen something be like, we're going to be a Metroidvania and also 2-player.
Also, I feel bad. I did watch this because I know how to say Draginus.
Right? I was like, I could have sworn you watched like
I
the bit
forgot
of
I
this.
fucking watched it. I don't know. I've been throwing axes and forgetting about shit. Eden Universe, which has been written down as populous, but made by a furry.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, the Black and White's deity beings were also weirdly muscular beast-like things.
Yes, but there's something about drawing it with the wolf head that looks like it's from Disney that makes it like, oh no, this is.
I'm like, Bob, you
different.
don't know it's a furry, and then it cuts to the fucking thing at a table, slapping the table, going, "Ow!" at a hot lady, and I'm like, Bob, you don't actually know though.
It could be anything.
The art style looks pretty rough. It is 2D. It's flat on from an above view. It's a little rough. But that is a pretty reasonable, somewhere between populous and Black and White resides Eden Universe. Wildwood Dawn? Wildwood Dawn. No, that's down.
Yeah, I was like,
coming this year. I don't remember this one, Bob.
It was an HD2 looking thing that had a Monkey's Island sort of
HD2D.
Yeah,
HD2.
HD2D, like the Live Alive and Octopath, that sort of style to it. But it's an adventure game, like the Monkey's Island style where you go around, pick up items, and talk to people. It also mixes in live action footage, which looked interesting.
I'm always for that.
I don't know. I hope that's not just for the trailer.
Oh, that would suck shit.
Yeah.
Vin Defiant is coming out late 2024. It's a 2D office murder simulator with shadow tentacle powers.
It looked really bad.
Shadow tentacle powers, though.
Yes.
Is that the one that looks kind of like that Massa Meat game?
Yeah, it got tentacly in the same way.
Where it kind of has like you're shambling through vents and like there's physics involved.
Yes.
Kinda.
Yes, carrion.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, carrion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it was shadow tentacles instead of blood tentacles.
And it was revenge fueled instead of hungry.
Yes. Because you're in a dead-end job and you got fired and
They'll pay for firing me. He
Yeah.
he totally said that in the trailer in that voice. It was real weird. Those fucking assholes are gonna pay for firing my ass.
Imagine if the guy from Falling Down just sounded like Duke Nukem.
Dude, imagine if they made a Duke Nukem multiverse game and had like it had Troy Baker as one of the Dukes.
Yes.
He'd do it.
He would.
It'd be so good. Unlimited Demo is out now. It's Wipeout-like, where leaving the track seems encouraged, whereas in the other ones, you're just a badass if you do it. This looked pretty good.
Yeah.
This looked real smooth, real neat. This is no cave, said the man to his wife. It's a man cave joke. Anyways, 2D action game with a focus on physics-based movement as a small yellow character pop.
Yeah.
Be anything else? What's
it's really hard to like describe this one because it seemed really basic, but you play as this tiny little yellow guy. Like it's hard to
just a little
like
guy.
latch on to anything in this.
Just a little guy. Bean Beast is coming to PC next winter. It's a tower defense game with pixel art.
I can't remember this one honestly.
Okay, Gravitorium is out this summer. Side-scrolling action puzzle game where you control gravity. That looked cool.
That did.
Imagine Blast Chamber was a 2D. Wait, you don't know Blast Chamber? No, I've lost the audience already. No, it looked really cool. You control the gravity and you're trying to do really key platforming. It's kind of like if VVVVVV had more than like up and down. It looked sick. It looked really sick. I was interested. Last Vanguard is out this year. It's Hollow Knight, but you play as a guy with a gun. It's literally Hollow Knight?
It looks like extremely like, yeah, this is Hollow Knight style, but
Yeah, it's like a weird fusion of Hollow Knight and like Cuphead.
Spellbound, out spring 2025 for PC and later on the Switch. It's roguelike, heavily inspired by top-down 2D Zelda dungeons, and I swear this was the trailer that went and I went, you can't just play the literal Zelda sound.
But they did. I don't know how they got away with it.
It's probably just a very close sound, like how
no.
I bet it is because Pizza Tower in beta had the exact "Hello there" clip from Wario Land 4, and then in the final game they just got a sound alike to make their own version. That sounds very close.
I'm just saying, this trailer definitely just has the original sound. Maybe the final thing will be different. Super Spec Rallycross was the game that made me really sad because Unity can't scroll a camera smoothly to save its fucking life.
No.
It doesn't even say it's Unity. It just has to have been made on Unity based on that. It's like one of those isometric, car racing games like used to get on the Super Nintendo and other stuff. It's pretty cool if it scrolled smoothly. Yeah. It has Joker mechanics. Bob, what are Joker mechanics?
I didn't know that there was something called a Joker lap in rally cars, like in Rallycross. Like that's a real thing. The lap you can only take once per race, and I guess it's different, and it's called the Joker lap.
Okay,
and that's in this game,
and that's cool.
I guess. Do you like the Joker? Did you forget him?
No, I didn't forget him or the Ace of Spades.
Good.
Yeah. Just so we're clear. Last Standing is out this November. It's a cool-looking pixel art action game that seems to be about mashing all the keys on your keyboard. It's true. It's like the right half does this and the left half does that.
Yeah, I'm really not sure how exactly this works other than mashing keys.
Is this game balanced for N-key rollover? That's the real question keyboard enthusiasts will be asking. I hope the dev has an answer. Bones Beneath is coming out 2025. It looks like Indiana Jones inspired by Celeste. And then the word like. Is it a Celeste like or is it inspired by Celeste?
It's inspired by Celeste.
Okay. I'm trying to remember this one. It looked pretty neat, but
Frankendice or
no. The ones we just talked about.
Okay, yeah. It looked okay. Like it didn't look great, but it looked like it might be neat. Play a little Indiana Jones looking guy.
Frankendiced is a 3D puzzle platformer where you play as a horrifying monster cube of flesh and arms and eyes, and it just rolls over onto a path that is exactly dice-sized. So boom, 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 one face at a time. Mm-hmm. I like platformers like this. I like puzzle games like this. They're really neat.
It could be neat.
Yeah.
I don't like the style at all, but if it's for somebody.
The aesthetic isn't really my thing. I think we need more of that CG era, like graphics card aesthetic. We need more Archer McLean's Mercury in this world. especially now that ray tracing is possible. Iridescent was the big show closer. Metroidvania with a focus on parrying and a Game Boy art style where you play as a plague doctor.
Yeah, obviously, like, hey, we like Bloodborne and also Game Boy, I guess.
Do you like carts, though?
No.
No.
No carts.
Then we did the Guerilla Collective and the Publisher Spotlight Showcase that directly followed the Guerilla Collective.
Yeah, which I just put all under one thing for Guerilla Collective.
Somebody asked me, hey, I don't keep up with this. What is the Guerilla Collective? And I'm like, oh, it's a summer game event run by Danny Rojas. Then I had to remember Google is not going to point you to the main character of Far Cry 6, a game no one played. It is going to show you the Ted Lasso character.
Yeah,
and then me, Dan Video Games, the last person on Earth who should be frustrated about a Ted Lasso bit invading his space, was deeply angry that the only Far Cry I played was the least relevant Far Cry ever created.
Dan, even I was like, the Ted Lasso character?
I'm gonna puke.
Because that Far Cry had negative impact.
I know. Why did I play it?
It's okay, Dan. We can do a podcast about it now.
Oh, that's great. I'm so excited for Chris and Dr. Aggro to play Far Cry 6 and talk to me about Danny Rojas.
No, Dan, none of us will play it. You just have to talk to us about it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll see you at the next Days Gone spoiler cast.
Yeah, fuck. When I played Far Cry 5 for that little bit, I was like, oh my god, I would rather play Days Gone than any Ubisoft open world game.
But this is 6, so it's got to be better, right?
Well, if I get the thing that happened to you where you teleport to the end of the game.
That was pretty funny. I'm like, yo, he has cancer. What? What the fuck? I still don't know the order in which that story was meant to be told.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me just cover my ass years later. This is definitely gonna come up, and someone's gonna come for me.
Game code provided by
Ubisoft. I don't fucking maybe let me wait next time until the game's done. Playing a Ubisoft game a week before launch, a mistake.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, let's talk about the games. People are saying 6 is better than 5. People are saying 5 is even worse than 6. Multiple
I believe
people.
it.
That's crazy.
I mean, sure, but is it enough of a power gap to justify me playing it instead of Days Gone?
way to know.
No, there's not. In fact, there's no way to know.
It's
This
impossible.
is one of
These are
these
no
unknowable
full facts.
things. Yeah.
Oh god, if I see a Far Cry 7, I don't want us to do that. But
I don't think it's been long enough. They're shipping an Assassin's Creed this year
think it's
and
been
Star Wars
exactly long
Outlaws.
It has. It's been 4 years,
Wasn't it?
Chris.
Far Cry
3.
6?
Wait, 3. It's only been 3.
I think 2.
No. I know exactly why it was a 2021 Game of the Year concern.
Oh.
This was 3 years ago. 3
I
years is
don't
long
think
enough for
so.
Ubisoft.
they could announce it and then not come out until next year.
That's true. That does seem more modern Ubisoft.
Yeah, and Ubisoft isn't
Yeah,
as scared
maybe.
of announcing things in advance as other
But
people.
that game also didn't do that. I think that game sold kind of bad for for Far Cry.
yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
I'm
it did,
misremembering.
because I've never been able to have a conversation with a human about Far Cry 6. Anyway, let's get to the games. In the Guerilla Collective, we had Volgar, the Viking 2, announced for an August 6th release.
I kind of liked the first Volgar. Like, I didn't hate it. But I don't sweat it much either. It was okay.
Yeah, the trailer for this did not sell me on it because it opened was "you die a lot" and it's just a bunch.
Yeah,
It's like an AVGN video where he's dying on purpose.
Yeah, the first game was like, I don't really know what it's like. It's almost trying to be Soulsian like 2D, but it doesn't have like stats or anything. At least the first one didn't. It was like it was trying to be like we're a hard Genesis game. Like it was kind of going for like almost like a Ghosts and Goblins type thing, but like much slower and less cool and with less good art design than a Ghosts and Goblins game.
That's a lot of less.
That's kind of what we said watching it unfold in front of us during this trailer.
Night Dive announced Killing Time: Resurrected. Bob, what's your favorite part of Killing Time, that game you played on PC back in the day?
This is definitely one of those I'd never even heard of until this event, even though I did game on PC back in the day.
Wow, it's finally happened. Night Dive is out of good games.
Yes. You fight
There's not a
clowns.
single. Next, they're going to be like, okay, we're remastering that N64 South Park shooter.
No.
That would be so funny. That'd be really fucking funny. I've actually seen people stream this game. It's pretty funny. I don't know about good.
Right.
It's pretty funny. Yooka-Laylee, which, as you can tell, that's what's behind us. Look at how good those visuals are.
They sure look like that
Bob,
game.
Bob, you played Yooka-Laylee with me only like 4 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Can you tell me at a glance whether that's the remake or the original I've taken a picture from? No.
This is the remake, though, right?
I think.
I mean, they showed that it's different for sure.
It is. They have more grass.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it looks better.
Have they said if this is going to be a thing that people who already have it get, or do you have to fucking...
there's
is there an upgrade path, or...
There's like no
There could be
way.
an upgrade path. That seems plausible.
They didn't announce one. At least not that I saw.
But at least they like, this sounds like they're addressing a bunch of complaints from the original, which that's good, but guys, it's been 5 years since Impossible Lair. Like, you have a real project, like one that just isn't that same game you made already.
I part of me worries they started an Unreal Engine 5 game, pushing the features of Unreal Engine 5, and then realized, holy shit, that ain't happening.
God, why would they do that though?
Because Unreal Engine 4 went well. Why wouldn't 5? Many people did not learn the lessons of 7th gen.
It's like, no, our current workflow works.
It's gonna be really funny when, like, we find out a couple years from now. It's like, yeah, everybody just ditched Unreal 5.
Workflow, more like won't flow.
Especially considering the Switch 2 is gonna, like, barely be able to run Unreal 5 if it can at all.
I imagine it can run it. You just really got to start chopping at features.
So just use 4.
It's basically that once you chop the features out. Fabraz, the Demon Turf developer, announced Project Tides. Expressive open world. It's world's first expressive 3D platformer, and it's open world. Trailer ends.
Yeah, we don't know.
There's water.
We've had expressive platformers already. Mario Odyssey is right there.
Pseudo Regalia is right there.
I swear this is going to be some kind of weird pun, and you play as a face or something.
Yeah,
That is, or you have emotion powers or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or something.
yeah. I feel like he shouldn't have even said that unless we are going to show
Yeah, this
what
sucks.
that expressiveness is.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Maybe we'll see it again at, like, the PC game show.
We had
Hopefully
better.
something. Wild Tactics was announced. It's a turn-based tactics RPG with furries in a noir setting. We actually had to look up gameplay separately.
Yeah, they didn't show any.
Oh,
gameplay
is there
of this.
gameplay?
Yeah. You just go to Steam's page and they have gameplay.
Cool.
So when I looked at the name of this for a second, I was like, is this Wildcats?
Yeah.
Oh
Because
man.
Wildcats also is like the Wild
Yeah.
and Wildcats is also an acronym. Like, are we getting the Image Comics revival? Man, I'm not sure these furry designs have the juice. Like, I feel like you need to at least be coming in at, like, a Road Rovers level, and you're coming in at, like, a Paws of Fury level.
I would say this is better than that. That feels
Are you just
rude.
looking at the 3D models, or do you see the actual animated ones?
I'm looking at, like, the profile. I'm looking at, like, the
Steam page?
what I assume are talk sprites, like the profile art.
Oh, I
Yeah,
haven't
that
seen I'm
animation
just-
looked a lot better than they do in game.
Oh.
Yeah, it does. It looks a lot better. Holy shit! Why doesn't the in-game art not look like this?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm looking it up. I need to
And
know.
it's gonna be like, because we decided we needed a hell of a boss style trailer like 6 months ago, and the game doesn't look like that at all.
Hmm. Yeah, I hate how they look in game.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's heartbreaking.
Right.
If there's
Yeah,
one,
like look at Nadja here. Like, I don't like that at all. That's getting pretty close to Paws of Fury.
Oh, that looks
yeah,
terrible.
that was the
Jesus.
exact fucking image I was looking at where I'm like, I give up.
We rate your furries.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Man, that would be.
We compare
that
your
would-
furry designs to 90s cartoons.
Okay, we rate your furry characters would be a fantastic group stream at some
It
point.
would, and Bob will make himself be the Simon Cowell of this review show. Okay. I'm going to ignore the disappointment. We're going to move past the disappointment. We're going to move on to the next thing. Bloodless is a pixel art ninja game that Bob will try the demo for.
I will. That's coming out next week.
Labyrinth.
Oh, that's cool. I like the monochrome, like with some colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's monochrome and red, right? That was monochrome and red.
It's got other colors, like
Yeah.
the main, like the character. It's weird. The characters are all black and white, but then like the environments and they have accessories that are different colors.
Labyrinth of the Demon King is a Kingsfield meets Silent Hill game with a PS1 aesthetic. It comes out next year. That looked dope as hell. I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, it did. And since it's an indie game, it probably won't be as cryptic and nightmarish as Kingsfield.
Egging On is an egg platformer with no checkpoints. You roll around. It's a 3D video game, and you roll up a thing to climb higher and higher. If you fall, you crack the eggshell, and then you have to wait for your shell to regenerate. But you lose all the stamps you got on your egg on the way up.
So, I didn't watch this trailer. Did it have any voice acting?
No.
I'm just waiting for the announcement that ProZD is doing marketing for this game.
That would be
Because he had that video where it's like, where it's like, "You're an egg now, motherfucker."
Jesus.
That would be really good. Frogun Encore is just a sequel to Frogun. Bob, if you were to name a sequel to a game, what sort of thing would you do to the title?
I'd probably come up with either the number 2 or a cool subtitle, not Encore.
Yeah, this is directly recording to Top Hat Studios because I posted into the void on Twitter and they appeared because they were name searching Frogun. Like, why isn't it just called Frogun 2? And they, well, we didn't want people to think they had to play Frogun 1. To which I say, I get it in theory, but you're like a cartoony puzzle platformer, guys. Like, nobody's gonna think that. Nobody's gonna think they need to get caught up on the deep lore of Frogun.
Right.
I didn't want people to think I didn't own a fork.
Yes.
Or you're just like
your game looks really cool. I'll probably buy it because I enjoyed Frogun. But you can literally and you can go to the previous VOD on this channel if this somehow gets to you and see us click that trailer discussing up until you show the sequel to Frogun in that trailer, us not knowing it was a sequel to Frogun.
And we gave your trailer the time of day, a thing many people will not do. Yeah, you should have just named it Frogun 2 or Frogun subtitle here.
In the current market climate, you shouldn't confusing the audience fucked over Nintendo.
Yep.
It fucked over Microsoft, but that's not a big deal. Fucking anything can fuck them up.
They're fucking themselves up all the time. But yeah, no. That's a sequel to Frogun, and it comes out 3 weeks from now. They have a lot of time to turn this around and get their...
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Anyways, it looked really great. It looked fantastic. It looked markedly different, but more of the same. The exact thing you would want from a sequel. By the way, Spark the Electric Jester changed fucking gameplay styles and still just incremented the number. Do you think you're better than Spark the Electric Jester?
I think Frogun is better than Spark the Electric Jester 1.
Well, yeah, but then they put a 2.
That's true.
But no, you seriously, just put a 2 in the future. Don't. Anyway. Flop swap to test it. What is that? It was the Frogun Encore versus Spark 1 and 2?
Oh, I thought it was just going to be against Frogun 1.
That's a lot of dying because you don't have a mechanic you added in the sequel.
Yes, it is.
Anyways, that's it for all the news. Nice, lean, 4-hour big think.
Yeehaw.
Very excited for next week.
Mm-hmm.
We will condense these conferences even more for that because there will be so many.
Mm-hmm.
We really hope you join us for all these streams. I'm extremely excited. I've transformed myself. I'm reborn. Bob?
Yeah.
I am a morning person.
No.
Because I wake up
When
before
did you wake up?
That's
When
not
did you wake up today.
Before noon.
How
What do you
much
call
before noon?
What do you call the time before noon, Chris? You call it
The
the
morning.
morning.
And in fact, but to be a morning person, you must achieve many things in the morning.
He's right.
I would say I achieved many things.
Eating breakfast
got
is not
here.
achieving
Being a
many
morning
things.
person is an attitude.
See, thank you, Aggro.
I mean, it has to occur in the morning, but yeah, no, it's about how much energy you wake up with, how much you enjoy being in the morning.
And
Do
that,
you
that
enjoy with a lot
requires
of
spending
energy?
a lot of time in the morning. And no, after midnight is not the morning.
I enjoy being up in the morning.
I
Okay.
woke up at 6:30 today. I am not a morning person. I wanted to die. In fact, having to wake up before 7 a.m. might in fact be my supervillain origin story.
Yeah, it was mine, and then I made the internet career thing work, so that was convenient.
Right.
Ted probably enjoys the morning a lot, considering he sleeps through 90% of it, says Spiff. One moment, I'm breaking out these numbers. Let's say morning begins at 5, right?
Sure.
Yeah,
because,
dawn.
because 4's,
About 6:30.
Right. Yeah. So we'll start at 5. So that gives 7 hours until it is not the morning because it is now noon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if let's say theoretically, just throwing this out there, woke up at 10:30.
Okay.
Okay. So let's divided by, and then, okay. So I only slept through 78.5% of the morning. That's,
See,
You're really
78.5%.
exaggerating.
The morning is 12 hours.
I enjoyed a good
technically,
22% of the fucking morning right
so
there. What is
let's see, that's
22%?
720 minutes, which means that you
Motherfuckers wouldn't. None of you motherfuckers would be like, Dan's not a gym guy. He only spent 22%
Okay,
of
wait, did
today
you wake up-
at the gym.
so you woke. So then the time you woke up and started with a 9.
No, it was 10:30
Yeah.
because
Oh,
because 5 to noon.
I don't
and
think
that's 7
I don't-
hours.
Oh, 5
and-
to noon. I was counting.
Yeah.
I was counting midnight to noon. Okay.
No, because no
Yeah,
one.
10:30. 10:30 too late. I'm sorry.
I woke up
Yeah.
at 1 a.m. I'm a morning person. You're a fucking cryptid, is what you are.
No,
If you wake up before, if you woke up even 1 minute before 9:30, I'd give it to you.
right. No, then you get it. I'm sorry.
Well, I will be doing that later this weekend.
Then I will admit that you are a morning person.
Good. And I look forward to it just like everyone else should.
So excited for Saturday.
Reminder, we're all going to be morning people.
Well,
Manually.
since you're going to be such a morning person, I look forward to your stream of the Nintendo Direct that will be at 8 a.m. next Thursday.
Fine, you know what?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Sure.
Absolutely.
I will love every minute of it because I'm a morning person now.
I think the June ones usually are like more later in the day. I think we're safe for that because usually the ones that aren't June are the weird 8 a.m. time slot.
Once again, if you're interested in watching the summer game events for us, the VODs will go up on GigaVods.com. They will also, you can watch them live, it turns out, if you want to see a full schedule converted to your time zone. Join the GigaBoots fan Discord. That is !Discord if you're in the chat right now. And if you're not, you're watching this on YouTube, you can go see a link in the description, and I believe that should also be on the RSS feed. Join the Discord. There's auto-converted to your time zone times for every single stream we're doing of the summer game events. We look forward to it. At least I look forward. Bobby, you look
Of
forward to it?
course, every year. This is like Christmas in June.
Once again, this is everything's been building up to this for Microsoft. The ball is in their court, and the court is falling into hell. Will they make the slam dunk? I don't know, but I am really fucking excited to find out. And see Bloodstained too. Anyway. That's going to do it for this episode of Big Think Dimension. We will see you all tomorrow for, what's the first one? Is it Summer Game? Yeah, it's
Summer Games.
Wow.
Yeah.
Strong opening tomorrow. Anyways,
Jeff Keighley, we're coming for you.
we're coming for you, Keeley. We're taking all your Doritos. Anyways, that's it for Big Think Dimension. Goodbye. thank you very much for listening to this episode of Big Think Dimension. Big Think Dimension is possible because of you and your support over at patreon.com/GB Podcast, where you can get access to early episodes of Pokemon, Go to the Movies, Chugging Bleach, get extra gamer premonitions, which will be super relevant over the next week of streams, and much, much more. That's patreon.com/GB Podcast.